Chapter 1005. In a mountain stream, the runes flashed again. Mu Yu had already rushed out of the teleportation array. He leaped towards another teleportation array and disappeared into it. At this time, the first teleportation array lit up. Ghost Lord and the other two chased after him with murderous intent. Seeing Mu Yu disappear into another teleportation array, they immediately chased after him and disappeared into another teleportation array. Damn it! This brat came prepared. Ghost Lord shouted angrily as he chased. Mu Yu had set up countless teleportation arrays along the way. Generally speaking, the teleportation array's teleportation distance was limited. Therefore, Mu Yu had set up countless teleportation arrays along the way. If it was in the past, Ghost Lord would definitely be suspicious of this. However, now that the twins were destroyed, anger had already clouded his mind. He only wanted to catch Mu Yu and tear him into pieces to avenge the twins. We can't let him escape. Ghost Lord didn't care where these teleportation arrays led to. It didn't matter where these teleportation arrays led to. In the cultivation world, wherever he wanted to go, everyone had to retreat. In a forest, Ghost Lord and the other two appeared again. When they saw the forest that covered the sky, they immediately frowned. Ghost Lord, I keep feeling that something is wrong. If this person is Mu Yu, we won't be able to catch him in the forest, Ghost and Shadow said. By now, everyone knew that Mu Yu had Mu Yu's ability. Everyone knew that it would be very troublesome to fight Mu Yu in a place with many trees. Ghost Lord glanced around coldly and said, no matter what tricks he has up his sleeves, we must catch him. We can't let him escape. He remembered the Sanchong Palace's instructions. He definitely understood the importance of Mu Yu. As long as they captured Mu Yu, it would be a great merit to the Sanchong Palace. At this time, a strong teleportation array fluctuation came from not far away from the forest, attracting the three's attention. He escaped. Fantasy Sound said anxiously. Chase. Ghost Lord rushed over without hesitation and landed on the teleportation array in the blink of an eye. Ghost and Shadow and Fantasy Sound followed closely behind. The teleportation array lit up again and the three disappeared into the forest. However, just as Ghost Lord and the other two left through the teleportation array, a figure suddenly appeared on the treetops above the teleportation array. It was Mu Yu. I've guided you to this point. I won't accompany you for the rest. Mu Yu snorted and destroyed the last teleportation array. He didn't leave through the last teleportation array at all. Instead, he hid in the forest and controlled the teleportation array to create an illusion. Before he came to the Gate of Hell, he had set up these teleportation arrays thousands of miles away and spent a lot of time. It was all to lure Ghost Lord and the others to the Stargate and provoke the conflict between the Stargate and the Gate of Hell. Only then could he kill all the people from the Gate of Hell and destroy the foundation of the Gate of Hell. Sectmaster, I'll leave the rest to you. Mu Yu muttered to himself. He was still worried about Zhuge Xiaosheng. Although Zhuge Xiaosheng entered the tribulation passing stage earlier than him, Zhuge Xiaosheng wasn't Mu Yu. Mu Yu's cultivation talent was very high and his cultivation was higher than Zhuge Xiaosheng's. Coupled with his extraordinary means, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. At this time, Zhuge Xiaosheng sneaked into the Stargate alone to carry out a mission. This was a very dangerous thing to do. Right now, Mu Yu could only hope that Zhuge Xiaosheng's mission would go smoothly. He immediately jumped back to the teleportation array he came from and disappeared into another teleportation array. He was going to head to the Gate of Hell. While Ghost Cold and the other two weren't around and the Gate of Hell was lax, he had to destroy the Gate of Hell first. On the fourth mountain of the Stargate, this was already the fourth time Tian Zhengxin had knelt down. He felt that today's events were simply too unimaginable. It was one thing for 3 tribulation passing stage experts to appear, but now another incredible person had appeared. Tian Zhencheng. Greetings, Great Elder. Tian Zhengxin knelt down 4 times in less than 2 hours. He felt a little tired, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, Tian Zhencheng was the #1 expert below the tribulation passing stage. His status was incomparably noble. It was said that he had the potential to become a tribulation passing stage expert. At that time, the entire Stargate would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Therefore, Tian Zhengxin still bowed obediently. Where is Huyang Shishu? Tian Zhencheng asked. Tian Zhencheng and Tian Yuhen were martial brothers. Tian Huyang was Tian Zhencheng's martial uncle. Tian Zhengxin replied, he, Gate Master, and Ancestor Xingzhou are all in the main hall at the top of the mountain. Tian Zhencheng didn't have time to say anything. He didn't hesitate and directly rushed to the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Zhuge Xiaosheng was already flustered by Tian Yuehan's questioning. He had to find an excuse to dodge it. However, this was the first time he had heard of the soul seal of the three-layered palace. He didn't understand what the soul seal meant. At this time, if he forcibly used a formation to disguise the soul seal, Tian Yuhen would definitely notice it. Zhuge Xiaosheng was very anxious. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. When he was about to be exposed, Tian Zhencheng's voice suddenly came from behind. Greetings, Gate Master. Greetings, Lord Huyang. Tian Zhencheng bowed and said, it's over. Zhuge Xiaosheng never expected that Tian Zhencheng would appear at this critical moment. The moment he saw Tian Zhencheng appear, his heart almost fell into despair. According to the news, Tian Zhencheng should be in Wuqiu City with the real Tian Huyang. However, Zhuge Xiaosheng's Tian Huyang disguise appeared here. This meant that Zhuge Xiaosheng's identity would be completely exposed by Tian Zhencheng, making things worse for him. Zhuge Xiaosheng's expression changed rapidly. He clenched his fists and was ready to die together with Tian Yuhen. He was only at the second sky of crossing tribulation. He couldn't defeat Tian Yuhen. At this time, for Mu Yu's plan, he was ready to sacrifice himself. Even if he died, he had to leave a deep impression on Stargate. Tian Yuhen looked coldly at Tian Zhencheng and said, Tian Zhencheng, why are you here? Tian Zhencheng said respectfully, Gate Master, Lord Huyang was ambushed by ghost depression in Wuqiu City. He is now seriously injured. I came back with Lord Huyang. What? Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at Tian Zhencheng in disbelief. He thought that since Tian Zhencheng appeared here, his identity could no longer be hidden. He didn't expect that Tian Zhencheng would help him hide his identity. Tian Yuhen snorted and continued, then Huyang Shishu, where did your soul seal go? Or are you not? Zhuge Xiaosheng couldn't answer, but Tian Zhencheng suddenly raised Zhuge Xiaosheng's hand and said, Gate Master, when Lord Huyang was injured, it happened to be on his soul seal. The soul seal fluctuated. When I was healing him, I found that the soul seal had moved to his arm. A strange feeling quietly entered Zhuge Xiaosheng's arm. Zhuge Xiaosheng pulled up his sleeve and found that there was a thumb-sized white extreme celestial tablet mark on his arm. It was the mark of the three palaces. It was exactly the same as the mark on the back of Tian Yuehan's left hand. Zhuge Xiaosheng suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. This soul seal looks very unstable. Tian Yuhen looked at the soul seal on Zhuge Xiaosheng's arm. After confirming that there was no mistake, the doubt on his face disappeared. He nodded and said, I will ask the Gate of Hell for an explanation. Now, I have something to discuss with Martial Uncle Xingzhou. Zhuge Xiaosheng said, Gate Master, Martial Brother Xingzhou just told me that he will come out of seclusion in 2 hours. We shouldn't disturb him. Tian Yuhen thought for a moment and realized that 2 hours wouldn't make much of a difference. He said, okay, I will come back in 2 hours. He immediately turned and left the fourth mountain. After Tian Yuhen left, Zhuge Xiaosheng let out a sigh of relief. But soon, he stared at Tian Zhencheng and said, who are you? Why did you help me? Zhuge Xiaosheng understood that Tian Zhencheng in front of him probably already knew that he wasn't the real Tian Huyang. Tian Zhencheng said, I just found out from my master that the Sanchong Palace gave all the people in the Tribulation Realm this soul seal to identify their identity. Fortunately, I knew that you were Zhuge Xiaosheng. Fortunately, I came in time. Zhuge Xiaosheng frowned. He was more and more curious about Tian Zhencheng's identity. When he rolled up his sleeves to look at the soul seal again, he found that the soul seal had turned blue and then disappeared. This isn't a soul seal. How did you manage to hide it from Tian Yuhen? Zhuge Xiaosheng was really shocked. However, Tian Jiancheng, or Long Qing'an, didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. He just said, "Sect leader Zhuge, you should continue with your own business." Zhuge Xiaosheng frowned. But now that he was in the Stargate, if he left directly, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He immediately gritted his teeth and returned to the main hall. The Ghost Lord and the other two ferociously passed through the long teleportation formation. They were surrounded by strange and variegated formation patterns. When they opened their eyes, the Ghost Lord suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. When he was chasing Mu Yu, the transmission array's location was either a mountain stream, a valley, or a forest. But this time, he appeared in a strange main hall. At this time, a person was standing in the middle of the main hall. It was Tian Xingzhou. "Mu Yu, let's see where you can escape to this time." When Fantasy Sound saw Tian Xingzhou standing there and mistook him for Mu Yu, she was furious. She immediately slapped Tian Xingzhou without hesitation. However, the more Ghost Lord thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have been led by the nose by Mu Yu. Just now, he was anxious to catch Mu Yu, so he didn't think much about it. But now that he calmed down and thought about it, he felt that this place was a bit strange. Wait. He has no cultivation. He's not Mu Yu. Ghost Lord quickly stopped Fantasy Sound. However, Phantom Sound's attack was too fast, and it was too late for her to stop. The Phantom Sound that she summoned blasted a huge hole in the heavenly speedboat's chest, and the heart was already in the Phantom Sound's hand. Tian Xingzhou suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted in anger, "Ghost Cold, how dare you people from the Gate of Hell? How dare you break into Stargate?" Tian Xingzhou's voice was so loud that it spread out from the main hall. With the support of Zhuge Xiaosheng's transmission array, it spread throughout Stargate. Everyone in Stargate heard Tian Xingzhou's angry roar at the people from the Gate of Hell. Before Tian Xingzhou could finish his words, his vitality had already left his body, and he fell backward. "No. Senior. Senior." Zhuge Xiaosheng had already rushed over from the corner and supported Tian Xingzhou. He shouted angrily, "People from the Gate of Hell, you killed my senior. My Heavenly Star sect will never forgive you." Zhuge Xiaosheng's angry voice spread far and wide through the transmission array. It spread throughout the fourth mountain and the entire Stargate. Chapter 1006. Stargate. Is this the Stargate? Ghost Lord turned pale with fright. He turned his head and looked around. There was a mysterious array flowing with colorful lights. It looked extraordinary, and they had just come out of this array. "Go. Leave this place." Ghost Lord made a prompt decision and immediately rushed into the array. Because they had just come out of this array, as long as they entered the array, they could leave this place through the teleportation array. However, when they stepped into the teleportation array, they found that the teleportation array only lit up slightly. It didn't teleport them away at all. Mu Yu had already destroyed the other end of the teleportation array, cutting off their escape route. At this time, Zhuge Xiaosheng's voice, disguised as Tian Huyang, spread throughout the Stargate. The Stargate's gate master, Tian Yuhen, was originally sitting cross-legged on the fifth mountain to cultivate. He didn't expect to suddenly hear Tian Xingzhou's angry roar at the people of the Gate of Hell, followed by Tian Huyang's voice, which was mixed with endless grief and indignation. He was shocked and immediately rushed out. When he found that the source of the voice was from the fourth mountain, he was even more shocked. The fourth mountain was an important location of the Stargate. How could the people of the Gate of Hell have infiltrated it? Tian Yuhen immediately stepped out without hesitation. Waves of spiritual energy appeared in the air. When he appeared, he had already rushed to the hall at the top of the fourth mountain. The elders guarding the fourth mountain were all alarmed by the voice of Tian Huyang. They all rushed into the air and surrounded the hall at the top of the mountain. However, these elders didn't dare to go to the hall because it was also a forbidden area for them. In the hall, Zhuge Xiaosheng hugged Tian Xingzhou, who had just died, and glared at Ghost Lord. He spoke very loudly, "The three of you from the Gate of Hell dare to intrude into the territory of the Stargate and kill senior brother Xingzhou. I will not forgive you." A saber appeared in Zhuge Xiaosheng's hand. Tian Huyang was using this saber. Zhuge Xiaosheng was formed from runes. He immediately raised his saber and slashed at Ghost Lord and the other two. Stop. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't kill Tian Xingzhou on purpose. Ghost Lord raised his hand, and a ghostly aura suddenly filled the hall, blocking Zhuge Xiaosheng's saber. He was stronger than Zhuge Xiaosheng, but because he was in the territory of the Stargate and had killed someone, if he hurt Tian Huyang, it would be difficult to explain today. You killed our great elder, and you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding? Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Zhuge Xiaosheng roared and slashed again. However, Ghost Lord had encountered too many things today. The twins were destroyed, and in order to chase someone, he had inexplicably come to this place. Now that he saw Zhuge Xiaosheng's saber coming at him, he used a little strength and counterattacked. This attack was actually just to force him to retreat. However, Zhuge Xiaosheng took advantage of the momentum and deliberately crashed into the hall with Tian Xingzhou. With his strength of the tribulation stage, the impact was quite strong, and the entire hall was smashed into pieces. Boom! The hall that originally belonged to the core forbidden area of the Stargate was destroyed in front of everyone's eyes. What happened? Tian Yuhen had already arrived. Seeing the hall being destroyed in front of him, he suddenly became angry. At this time, two people rushed out from the ruins. They were Tian Huyang and Tian Xingzhou. Gate Master, the people of the Gate of Hell killed the Great Elder. Zhuge Xiaosheng shouted loudly. The Great Elder. The Great Elder, Tian Xingzhou, is dead. Everyone in the Stargate was stunned. Everyone's eyes fell on Tian Xingzhou, who was lying in the void beside Zhuge Xiaosheng. At this time, Tian Xingzhou's heart was gone, and there was no vitality in his body. He was dead. What? Tian Yuhen felt a shock in his chest, as if he had been hit by something. Tian Xingzhou was the Grand Elder of Stargate. He had the highest cultivation and seniority, but now he was dead. As the Gate Master, Tian Yuhen was shocked. Who killed Martial Uncle Tian Xingzhou? Tian Yuhen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He never thought that the Grand Elder of Stargate would meet with an accident here. Moreover, he died in the Stargate's restricted area, recalling what Tian Huyang said about the people of the Gate of Hell injuring him, and then looking at Tian Xingzhou's corpse, anger filled his chest. It's them. The three people from the Gate of Hell led by the Gate Master of the Gate of Hell. Zhuge Xiaosheng pointed at the three figures in the ruins. Ghost Cold. Why are you in the restricted area of Stargate? Tian Yuhen recognized the Gate Master of the Gate of Hell, Ghost Cold. Ghost Cold knew that he had fallen into Mu Yu's trap. Just now, when they were chasing after Mu Yu, who was disguised as Tian Xingzhou, they never thought that they would be brought to this place by the teleportation array. Because of his deep hatred for Mu Yu, when he saw the real Tian Xingzhou, he thought that it was Mu Yu. Therefore, he immediately rushed over and killed the real Tian Xingzhou. Fellow Daoist Moonmark, this is really a misunderstanding. We just came here to chase after Mu Yu. We didn't expect, Ghost Cold wanted to explain, but Tian Huyang interrupted him and shouted angrily, nonsense. I just entered the hall and saw you kill the Great Elder of Stargate with my own eyes. How can you deny this? Ghost Cold, did you really kill the Great Elder of Stargate? Tian Yuhen rebuked angrily. Ghost Cold's face sank again. The murder was already a done deal, not to mention that Tian Huyang was a witness. There was no way to deny it. However, the worst thing was far from this. Just as the three of them were about to leave the core formation of the hall, the core formation suddenly exploded. The Heavenly Star Sect's Grand Protective Array, which was originally glowing, began to crumble under the feet of Gui Yuhan and the other two. As if it was avoiding the dense ghost chi, the entire Grand Protective Array began to explode. With the collapse of the core formation, the mountains of Stargate suddenly trembled violently. The huge mountains that were originally floating in the air began to tilt. It was as if there was a huge earthquake on the mountain, and the houses and trees on it began to collapse. Countless shocked and bewildered disciples of Stargate quickly rushed out of the collapsed houses and caves. They were extremely shocked and couldn't understand why the mountains that had stood tall for so many years suddenly began to fall. No, Ghost Cold, what did you do to the core formation of Stargate? Tian Yuan's chest was filled with anger. Even with his tribulation passing stage cultivation, he couldn't stop the 7 mountains from falling. The 7 mountains of Stargate rapidly fell to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. With 7 earth-shattering explosions, the ground below instantly trembled violently. The ground was smashed open, and a huge crater was formed. Smoke and dust soared into the sky, causing the hearts of all the Stargate disciples to tremble. The most amazing 7 mountains of the cultivation world had been destroyed just like that. Ghost Cold, you killed the Great Elder of Stargate and destroyed the foundation of Stargate. I must kill you today. All Stargate disciples, listen up. Kill these 3 for me. Faced with the death of the Great Elder and the fall of the 7 mountains of Stargate, Tian Yuan's heart was filled with resentment. He roared and rushed toward Ghost Cold to kill him. All the disciples of Stargate also reacted. Although they were all cultivators and nothing happened to their sect, this kind of humiliation made all the disciples of Stargate red-eyed. One after another, they took out their magic weapons and charged toward Ghost Cold and the other 2. The light of the magic weapons soared into the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. As soon as Tian Yuan made his move, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. A long white sword appeared behind him and pointed directly at Ghost Cold. Go. Leave this place. Ghost Cold didn't want to fight with Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan's sect had been destroyed and the Great Elder had been killed. It was impossible to reason with Tian Yuan. Now, he could only leave this place and report this matter to the Sanchong Palace before making a decision. Ghost and Shadow and Fantasy Sound didn't hesitate to turn into ghostly shadows and flee into the distance. Stargate's mountain guarding array had been destroyed and couldn't stop these 3 people. Tian Xingzhou was dead. At this time, only Tian Yuan and Tian Huyang were left in Stargate. If a fight broke out, Ghost Cold and the other 2 wouldn't be afraid at all. However, they couldn't fight, so they could only retreat. However, these 3 people's actions had provoked Tian Yuan's anger. This was more like the crime of killing people to silence them, destroying their sect, and trying to escape. Pass down my order. All Stargate disciples are to kill anyone from the Gate of Hell on sight. Huyang Shishu, go and summon all the Stargate elders from all the cities. Follow me to the Gate of Hell and avenge the Great Elder. Tian Yuan roared in grief and indignation. Yes, Gate Master. Zhuge Xiaosheng also shouted in a deep voice. He put down Tian Xingzhou's corpse and rushed outside in a flash. The Gate of Hell, I will definitely make you pay the price. Tian Yuan roared and rushed into the distance. Avenge the Great Elder. Kill the people from the Gate of Hell. All the Stargate disciples received Tian Yuan's order. Seeing their sect destroyed, they were also filled with grief and indignation. Without saying a word, they followed Tian Yuan and chased after the people from the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu used the commander summoning array again and rushed in the direction of the Gate of Hell. This time, he had to destroy a teleportation array every time he teleported back. He knew the teleportation arrays of Stargate like the back of his hand. He had already planned all of this. The teleportation arrays along the way were the ones he had painstakingly set up in order to lure the people from the Gate of Hell to the forbidden area of Stargate. Then, he would let Zhuge Xiaosheng receive them there and destroy the core teleportation array. In his plan, if Ghost Cold and the other 2 didn't kill Tian Xingzhou, then Zhuge Xiaosheng would kill Tian Xingzhou and put the blame on Ghost Cold and the other 2. Then, he would spread the news of the internal strife between the Gate of Hell and Stargate, making everyone think that the 8 gates were fighting among themselves. Then, he would take advantage of the fact that the Gate of Hell wasn't guarded by a tribulation stage cultivator to destroy the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu had already rushed back to the Gate of Hell using the teleportation arrays. Using the countless teleportation arrays, it took less than 2 hours to go back and forth between the Stargate and the Gate of Hell. If he used the speed of a tribulation stage cultivator to go from Stargate to the Gate of Hell, it would take at least 8 hours. Mu Yu had calculated this clearly. It's impossible to deal with maggots like you without some tricks. The Threefold Palace always relied on countless schemes to deal with Mu Yu. This time, Mu Yu planned to use a scheme to counterattack. He didn't expect Ghost Cold and Stargate to fight, but the people from the Gate of Hell had appeared in the forbidden area of Stargate. When they appeared, the core teleportation array was destroyed. This matter couldn't be cleared up. Chapter 1007. The Gate of Hell was always filled with a deathly aura. Their sect was located in a very cold and gloomy place, which had something to do with the martial arts they cultivated. Now that the cultivation world had begun to fight against the human under the lead of the 8 human, countless human and cultivators had died, it was the perfect opportunity for the Gate of Hell to collect souls. After the people from the Gate of Hell collected souls, they would periodically return half of the souls they collected to the Gate of Hell. Therefore, countless disciples went in and out of the Gate of Hell every day. About half of the people from the Gate of Hell were present. But today, a huge tragedy had occurred in the Gate of Hell. Among the disciples and elders left in the Ghost Gate, the highest cultivation level was only at the body synthesis stage. The remaining 3 crossing calamity stage cultivators had already been lured away by Mu Yu. These people simply had no room to resist in the hands of Meng Gong, who was at the 5th celestial stage of tribulation stage. The Gate of Hell had truly become a land of death. When Mu Yu returned to the Gate of Hell, the corpses of the disciples from the Gate of Hell were strewn all over the place. Duke Meng had shown no mercy. He had been trapped in the Twin Corpse Sea by Meng Po for decades. His hatred for the people from the Gate of Hell had long been ingrained in his bones. Even if he killed all the people from the Gate of Hell, it would not be enough to offset his hatred. "You're back." Duke Meng was cultivating by the bridge of helplessness. He opened his eyes and saw Mu Yu descending from the sky. Then, he stood up. "Did you kill all the people from the Gate of Hell?" Mu Yu asked calmly. Duke Meng shook his head. "No, I killed some. The rest of the people from the Gate of Hell hid in the ghost pit. There was a very powerful ghost array there, so I couldn't enter." Ghost pit. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. In the center of the Gate of Hell, there was a bottomless pit. The people of the Gate of Hell usually lived underground like rats. The ghost sect had been passed down for countless years and had a much deeper foundation than the Starry Sky sect. Naturally, the ghost sect's ghost array was more powerful. Duke Meng walked to the Naraka bridge and pointed at the bottomless abyss below. He said, "If you want to get rid of everyone from the Gate of Hell, the best way is to bring up all the twins from the abyss." Many of the people from the Gate of Hell weren't necessarily at the Gate of Hell right now. Because the 3 palaces had sent the 8 gates to lead the cultivators to fight human, the people from the Gate of Hell were busy collecting souls. If Mu Yu wanted to deal a heavy blow to the people from the Gate of Hell outside, the best way was to destroy the twins in the Twin Corpse Sea. As long as the twins were destroyed, no matter where the people from the Gate of Hell were in the world of cultivators, the twins in their bodies would resuscitation and start killing each other. The Twin Corpse Sea was in the bottomless abyss below the Naraka bridge. Mu Yu and Duke Meng had come out from a hole in the bottomless abyss where the ghost array had been worn down. "You can control the corpses. Why didn't you bring them out?" Mu Yu asked. Duke Meng shook his head. "After you left, the ghost array automatically recovered. I can't go in. The passage to the Twin Corpse Sea hadn't been repaired yet. Even if he jumped into the abyss, he would be blocked by the ghost array." "Okay, come with me." Mu Yu directly jumped down the Naraka bridge. After falling for about 100 meters, he arrived at the edge of the ghost array. He condensed the blue spirit energy in his hand again and began to concentrate on splitting it into 1 black and 1 white spirit energy. He was ready to open a large hole in the ghost array. The 3 tribulation passing experts of the Gate of Hell weren't present. This time, Duke Meng could use the Gate of Life and Death spell to control the corpses and bring them out of the Twin Corpse Sea. As long as the twins' corpses left the Twin Corpse Sea, without the suppression of the Twin Corpse Sea's yin qi, they would turn into ashes. At that time, all the twins in the Devil Gate's body would awaken. In only an hour, Mu Yu's black and white spirit energy had swallowed a large hole in the Twin Corpse Sea's ghost array. After swallowing the ghost array, the black and white spirit energy condensed back into pure spirit energy and was collected by Mu Yu. "Now's the time." Mu Yu had already jumped away. After he stopped destroying the ghost array, the ghost array had begun to gradually recover. This was the land of extreme yin, so the ghost array would recover very quickly. He had to bring all the twins' corpses out before the ghost array recovered. Duke Meng had already made his move. A strange dark green mist emerged from his body and poured into the twin corpse sea. The corpses under his control immediately rushed towards the exit like a tide. "Use your lightning," Duke Meng immediately said. Mu Yu's hands had already begun to form seals. The powerful lightning pattern instantly turned into a huge lightning net that covered the exit. After the corpses rushed into the ghost array and came into contact with the lightning net, they were immediately turned to ashes. This time, without the protection of the yin-chi ghost array, the corpses destroyed by the lightning net couldn't be reassembled. Rip, rip, rip. The powerful lightning pattern destroyed countless twin corpse sea. The entire bottom of the Bridge of Helplessness was illuminated by blue lightning, crackling and crackling. It was very moving. The people from the Gate of Hell who had retreated into the ghost pit were still thinking that they had luckily escaped Duke Meng's pursuit. However, they didn't expect that the faces of the people from the Gate of Hell would suddenly change. The twins in their bodies began to resonate with them, fighting for control of their bodies. What a pity! What a pity! If I had enough time, I would be able to refine these corpses into pure spiritual energy. Mu Yu felt a little regretful, but it was only a thought. Because there were too many corpses here, the speed at which he separated the black and white spirit energy was too slow. If he wanted to devour so many corpses, he didn't know how long it would take, so he could only give up. Moreover, he also realized that the black and white spirit energy could only be converted into spirit energy after devouring things with cultivation. Devouring corpses that had long lost their cultivation wouldn't increase their spirit energy. No, I can't stay here for too long. Ghost Cold and the other two might already be on their way back. I have to kill all the Japanese who entered the ghost pit before they return, Mu Yu said in a deep voice. There were many corpses in the sea of Twin Corpse Sea. Although many of the corpses had no cultivation, Duke Meng didn't control these corpses because their twins had already died outside. However, there were at least 10,000 people from the Gate of Hell who were still alive. It would take a long time for these 10,000 Twin Corpse Seas corpses to crawl out of the small hole. Mu Yu spent another 15 minutes widening the hole in the ghost array and setting up a powerful lightning pattern in the surroundings. Then, he said, "You stay here and deal with the Twin Corpse Sea. I'll go to the ghost pit and kill all the people from the Gate of Hell." Okay. Duke Meng didn't object to anything. Mu Yu jumped up and crossed the blood-soaked Bridge of Helplessness. He entered the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell was originally on a barren plain. There were plants that liked the cold. Other than that, there were only rubble and stones. However, there were countless people from the Gate of Hell lying on the plain. These people from the Gate of Hell had died miserably. Their bodies and limbs were scattered all over the place. Duke Meng acted decisively. These people from the Gate of Hell had even had their souls crushed by Duke Meng. Mu Yu didn't feel any pity for these people from the Gate of Hell who had died miserably. They had also killed countless people in the cultivation world. Now, they were only paying the price. Why isn't Tian Ran here yet? I've already sent her a signal. Mu Yu pondered. However, time was of the essence. He couldn't waste any time. He had to destroy the people from the Gate of Hell in the ghost pit as soon as possible before Ghost Cold returned. He quickly crossed the plain and headed towards the center of the Gate of Hell. In the center of the plain was a ghost pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Gloomy ghost fog filled the area. At this moment, the ghost pit was surrounded by a red ghost array. This ghost array was the barrier that blocked Duke Meng. The ghost array of the people from the Gate of Hell was formed with the help of ghost chi. This was completely different from the ghost array that Mu Yu had learned. Therefore, it was very troublesome for Mu Yu to use his own method to break the ghost array. First, he had to deduce the pattern of the ghost array. However, time didn't allow him to do that. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a very strange ability. It was the black and white spirit energy that could devour everything. Green spirit energy appeared in Mu Yu's hand again. The green spirit energy was gradually broken down into black and white spirit energy. The black and white spirit energy attached to the blood-red ghost array. The ghost array immediately began to tremble. It seemed like it wanted to resist the black and white spirit energy. However, the black and white spirit energy was too strange. No matter how strong the ghost array was, it couldn't stop it. Slowly, he had melted a hole big enough for him to enter the ghost boundary. He retracted his black and white spiritual energy and stepped into the ghost pit. The ghost pit was the underground nest of the people from the gate of hell. It was very strange. The ghost pit was surrounded by caves. They were like ghost caves. They were of different sizes and shapes. They were scattered all over the place. Some of the larger caves even had doors carved with skulls. It was like a gathering place. Just by looking at it, Mu Yu could see no less than thousands of caves. They were densely packed together like a hornet's nest. At this time, the entire ghost pit was already filled with wails. Countless Hellgate people roared in anger in the cave, and began to resist the souls of the twins that had awakened in their bodies. Many people let out heart-wrenching screams, and it sounded like they were killed by their own twins. The twins of the Gate of Hell had the same cultivation as their main body. Whether or not they could subdue their twins depended on the strength and luck of the people from the Gate of Hell. Sometimes, because the twins devoured some souls, their strength temporarily increased and surpassed the main body. Then, the people from the Gate of Hell could only admit that they were unlucky. However, most of the people from the Gate of Hell had the ability to deal with their twins. After all, they had defeated their twins once. However, the process was very difficult. Even the Ghost Lord, Ghost Cold, found it difficult to deal with his twins. When the twins in their bodies awakened, the only thing they could do was to directly kill them. This time, the twins could not be suppressed. The ghost pit was filled with all kinds of wails and angry shouts. There were even countless people from the Gate of Hell sitting in the air. These people were doing their best to fight against their twins, but they didn't know that a killing god had quietly arrived. Ghost pit. It just so happens that this is where all of you will be buried. Chapter 1008. The people from the Gate of Hell with the highest cultivation base in the ghost pit were only at the combination stage. These people were no match for Mu Yu at all. Mu Yu's sword light was like an unstoppable force. Wherever it went, the people from the Gate of Hell were annihilated. Even their souls couldn't escape. The whole ghost pit really became a hell on earth. All the people from the Gate of Hell watched in horror as Mu Yu's sword light slashed towards them, but they couldn't stop it. Not only because they couldn't dodge, but also because the twins in their bodies were rioting, making them like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, they lost their vitality. How did he get in here? A one-eyed man from the Gate of Hell in red was shocked and angry. His twins had obviously not been destroyed yet. At this time, he was calling for the people from the Gate of Hell who hadn't been resuscitation to retreat. This red-clothed man from the Gate of Hell was at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination stage. All the masters from the Gate of Hell were not here, so he had become the leader of these people from the Gate of Hell. His eyes were full of hatred as he glared at the figure in the air flashing with sword light. Elder ghosts do not speak, Gate Master and the other elders are not here. We are no match for him at all. What should we do now? In a corner deep in the ghost pit, a man from the Gate of Hell who was at the 8th heavenly layer of the combination stage asked anxiously. As a member of the Gate of Hell, each of them had killed countless people. When had they ever thought that they would be killed in their own nest one day? The one-eyed old man in red was called Ghosts Do Not Speak. He stared angrily at the murderous figure above. He didn't understand what had happened, nor did he understand why Ghost Lord and the other 3 people at the tribulation stage had disappeared at some point. He thought of something and immediately shouted, "Quick, guard the Gate of Hell. We can't let the 18 levels of hell suffer any losses." Mu Yu had already descended from the sky. His massacre started from the highest level of the ghost pit. Mu Ling transformed into a tree and rushed into every ghost cave, killing all the Japanese and old Japanese in one fell swoop. Even their souls were devoured, not a single Japanese was spared. Level by level, Mu Ling had already reaped the lives of at least 1,000 Japanese soldiers. The soul power of these devils did not escape either. Each and every one of them turned into the killing power of Mu Ling. Mu Yu now knew how to distribute the killing power without affecting himself, so he didn't show any mercy when killing the Japanese. At this time, Mu Yu also heard Ghosts Do Not Speak's shout. He felt a little strange. Hearing Ghosts Do Not Speak's tone, it seemed that the 18 levels of hell in the Gate of Hell were very important to them. What exactly is the Gate of Hell? And what are the 18 levels of hell? Mu Yu originally wanted to directly rush up and kill the Ghosts Do Not Speak, who had the highest cultivation. However, when he thought about how he was here to exterminate the sect, he naturally had to destroy the core of the Gate of Hell. He was not in a hurry. He gradually approached Ghosts Do Not Speak, wanting to see where Ghosts Do Not Speak would retreat to. The Japanese soldiers on the upper level of the ghost pit had already been wiped out. The further Mu Yu descended, the more he discovered the strength of this ghost pit. This was really a huge ghost pit. There were countless ghost caves on the walls of the pit. Each ghost cave was a cave, and there were countless Japanese soldiers hidden in them. With a slash of his sword, he shattered countless ghost caves, but he still didn't reach the bottom of the ghost pit. Not only that, there were also some skeletal bridges in the ghost pit, connecting one end of the ghost pit to the other. The further down he went, the more ghost bridges there were. Mu Yu couldn't help but be shocked, because the skeletons used to build the ghost bridges were all real people. The Gate of Hell had been passed down for countless years, and had killed at least tens of millions of people. How dirty. Mu Yu destroyed the crisscrossing skeleton bridges that connected the various ghost caves with a single slash of his sword. This kind of sect should have been destroyed long ago, but it was still able to exist in the cultivation world for so long. It was really a malignant tumor of the cultivation world. Ghosts Do Not Speak had already brought the people from the Gate of Hell who had in resuscitation with the twins in their bodies to escape downwards. The ghost caves below were getting fewer and fewer, but the yin qi was getting denser and denser. After diving down for 10,000 meters, all the ghost caves suddenly disappeared, as if they had already reached the bottom of the ghost pit. However, the bottom of the ghost pit wasn't solid ground, but a strange black water that emitted biting cold air. This black water emitted a fishy smell, like an underground river, gurgling and flowing. The surroundings were filled with a gloomy fog, making the scene in front of them look somewhat erratic. At this time, the ghost caves had already disappeared, and there were no more caves. There were black walls in all directions, and ghost fires were floating on the walls. With the help of the green ghost fires, they could barely see their surroundings. At the center of the ghost pit was a huge flat black stone, like a small island in the black water, about able to accommodate more than 100 people standing on it at the same time. Then, Mu Yu realized that it wasn't a black stone at all, but a small island made up of countless skeletal bones. Ghosts Do Not Speak and the others brought the remaining people from the Gate of Hell out of the ghost pit and landed on the small island. There were some black sailboats docked next to the small island. Ghosts Do Not Speak and the remaining people from the Gate of Hell numbered about 200. They had already landed on the small island from the sky, and quickly jumped onto the black ghost boats. These ships were also made of skulls. The color of the skulls was no longer pure white. There were also black and blood-red colors. The eye sockets of each skull flickered with ghostly fire. It was as if the skulls were still alive, causing one's scalp to go numb. Take a boat. Can't we just fly? Mu Yu was puzzled. The people from the Gate of Hell lived in the ghost pit that was 10,000 meters deep, and it was naturally the most convenient way to go in and out of the ghost caves on the cliffs. Now that they were at the bottom and their lives were in danger, how could they have the leisure to take a boat? Mu Yu raised his head and looked at the ghost caves above. When he came down just now, in order to prevent any fish from escaping, he had already used his formation to seal off the sky above the ghost pit. At the same time, he had chased them all the way down. Almost 10,000 people from the Gate of Hell had been killed by him. The tens of thousands of ghost caves on the cliffs had been destroyed beyond recognition by his sword chi. From time to time, huge rocks would fall down. In addition to the dense ghost chi, he couldn't see the scene above him clearly. He pondered for a moment, and a formation pattern appeared in his hand. Then, another him holding a shadow clone sword appeared in the gloomy ghost fog above, killing the people from the gate of hell. This was an illusion created by him using his formation to make the 200 or so people from the gate of hell, who had already boarded the ghost boats below, think that he wasn't chasing them. Then, Mu Yu used the invisibility formation to hide himself, so that ghosts do not speak and the others couldn't see him. Quick! That person hasn't caught up yet. Let's hurry to the gate of hell. Ghosts do not speak shouted. About 30 people boarded a boat, and the panicked people from the gate of hell quickly pushed and shoved each other onto the ghost boat. What was strange was that these people from the gate of hell didn't directly fly onto the boat. Instead, they boarded the boat from the back, just like ordinary people. All the people from the gate of hell traveled by boat, but they didn't use oars to row the boats. There was something like an altar at the back of each boat. The altar wasn't very big, only the size of a washbasin. The altar flickered with a red light. It looked like it had been watered by scarlet blood. The blood flowed along the altar in a strange pattern. At that moment, 2 people from the gate of hell were standing beside the altar. They cut their arms and dripped their blood on the altar. Above the altar, there was a sail connected to the ghost boat. The ghost sail looked like it was made of a shroud. As more and more blood flowed on the altar, the ghost sail was gradually dyed red with blood. Then, a strong cold wind floated around, blowing the ghost sail and pushing the ghost boat forward. Do I need to use blood to board the ghost boat? What kind of secret is the gate of hell hiding? Mu Yu quietly landed on Ghost Island. At that moment, there were more than 10 empty boats around him, but he did not board them. If an empty ghost boat sailed in the air, it would definitely arouse suspicion, not to mention that he needed to sail in such a strange way. He did not want to waste his blood. The 7 ghost boats had already driven away with more than 200 people. It had to be said that the speed of the boats was quite fast. Mu Yu leaped up without hesitation. Originally, he wanted to fly above the black water and follow these Hellgate people. However, just as he flew above the black water, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful gravitational force coming from the black water, trying to pull him down. Why is the black water here so strange? Mu Yu finally understood why the people from the gate of hell had boarded the boat after escaping to the bottom of the ghost pit. It was because it was too strenuous to fly along the black water. Mu Yu was sure that those below the tribulation stage would fall into the black water. Cultivators below the tribulation stage would not be able to resist the huge gravity. Even if Mu Yu flew above the black water, it was extremely strenuous. He was especially surprised to find that his flying speed was not much faster than the ghost boats, but the ghost boats were getting faster and faster. Not only that, just as he flew above the black water, countless waves began to splash in the water. Then, skeleton hands formed by the black water grabbed at him. Who is it? Who's over there? On the last boat, a person from the gate of hell looked warily at the ghost hands that suddenly appeared on the surface of the water in the yin chi. However, he could not see the figure on the water. He immediately became nervous. The ghost hands that emerged from the water were too strange. Mu Yu dodged left and right. After getting rid of one ghost hand, another one immediately appeared. It was extremely annoying. He had no choice but to speed up and land at the stern of the last ghost boat. With his tribulation stage cultivation, he cast an invisibility array. The 2 people from the gate of hell at the stern of the boat could not detect him. He quietly flashed to a slightly empty corner of the ghost boat without alerting anyone. The people from the gate of hell on the ghost boat were still looking at the black water behind them. What's wrong? What happened? Ghosts Do Not Speak was on the last ghost boat. He immediately went to the stern of the boat and asked, Elder, someone seemed to be flying above the weak water just now, but it has disappeared. A person from the gate of hell at the stern of the boat reported. Weak water? The gate of hell actually has weak water. Chapter 1009. Ghosts Do Not Speak stood at the stern, watching Ruo Shui from afar, But Ruo Shui returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. It should be that damn person from the life and death door who chased after us, but it's fine now. He should have also noticed the power of Ruo Shui, so he won't chase after us. Ghosts do not speak, said angrily. When everyone heard ghosts do not speak say this, they were slightly relieved. The scene of that person slaughtering the ghost cave made these people from the gate of hell, who used to kill people like scything flax, tremble in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. But is that person really from the life and death door? His cultivation method just now doesn't seem like it. What's hateful is that our crossing calamity stage elders are not here, otherwise we would have taught him a lesson, a person from the gate of hell said. In the past, it was only them who killed other cultivators, who would have thought that there would be a killing god who came to the door, and also happened to encounter Ghost Lord and other crossing calamity stage experts who attacked the ghost pit when they were not here, almost destroying the foundation of the gate of hell. None of them knew that their own elders from the gate of hell were lured away. Ghosts do not speak pondered for a moment, and said, whether he is from the life and death door or not, in short, he must be in the same group as the person from the gate of hell just now. We must guard the gate of hell and protect the 18 layers of hell. Another person from the gate of hell asked, Elder, can this Ruo Shui really stop him? Ghosts do not speak sneered, even if he is a crossing calamity stage person, it is useless. The longer he flies above the Ruo Shui, the greater the pulling force will be. If he is smart, he will return, otherwise, he will inevitably sink into the Ruo Shui and become a Ruo Shui Yin Corp. But we still have a boat there. Don't worry, he doesn't know how to start the boat. Speechless Ghost walked from the back of the ship to the front of the ship. He looked at the Yin Chi fog in the distance and ordered, everyone, hurry up and treat your injuries. This time, no matter what, we have to hold on until Ghost Lord returns. Yes. Everyone from the gate of hell answered and sat down cross-legged, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Ruo Shui, I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Mu Yu stood in the corner of the boat and pondered. Previously, when they were at Luo Chen Mountain, Master would explain to them about the cultivation world every night, including Ruo Shui. Weak water was a very strange kind of water. This kind of water was incomparably cold. It was formed by soaking in corpses all year round, absorbing corpse qi and yin qi. Anything that came into contact with the weak water would be corroded to nothing, even if they had spiritual power attached to them. Unless it was a powerful magic weapon, or some special cold yin method, it could prevent the corrosion of the weak water. For example, the ghost ship they were on was built with skeletons, the corpses of dead people, resentful spirits, and some very powerful magic weapons. Another example was Xiao Shui. Even if Xiao Shui was struck by lightning, burned, steamed, and soaked in weak water for 100 years, he would not lose a single hair. Weak water was very scary. Even Shui Yu Meng could not control it. On weak water, feathers could not float. It was also impossible to fly in the cultivation world. For example, Mu Yu, who was in the tribulation stage, could only barely fly a short distance. As for people in the body fusion stage, they could not fly at all. This was also the reason why those people from the gate of hell did not fly directly to the ship even though they were in a critical situation. Instead, they boarded the ship obediently. At this moment, many people from the gate of hell began to howl in grief. Resuscitation of the twins in their bodies began to resonate and fight with their bodies. Ghosts do not speak had not yet resuscitation of the twins in his body. He looked at the people from the gate of hell who were howling in grief and understood the seriousness of the situation. He immediately said, how many of the twins are still alive? Soon, a portion of them began to raise their hands. The 7 ships were not very far away. Out of the 200 people, there were about 180 twins who were still alive. It was because of this that they had the energy to escape here. Otherwise, they would have already been killed by Mu Yu. Ghosts do not speak's expression was uncertain. He then shouted, those who are still alive, listen up. Sacrifice the twins in the weak water immediately. What? Sacrifice the twins? But the twins are very important to us. Yes. Without the twins, it will be difficult for us to do things in the future. The other people from the gate of hell began to speak anxiously. The reason why the people from the gate of hell were so powerful was because of the way they cultivated the twins. After killing the twins, they would refine their souls into their own magic weapons. Fighting against the people from the gate of hell was equivalent to fighting two people at the same time. Without the twins, their natural advantage would be gone. Ghosts do not speak angrily shouted, "Do you want to live or wait for the twins to resuscitation to kill you?" The crowd immediately quieted down. After the twins' resuscitation, they would need to settle their personal grudges with the twins. The twins had been killed and enslaved for so many years. Most of them hated the people from the gate of hell who held the initiative. Every person from the gate of hell knew this very well. When fighting against someone with the same strength as them, the probability of survival was 50%. It all depended on luck. Ghosts do not speak's own twins were still alive. In order to set an example, he had already summoned the twins. This was a gloomy twin. Its entire body was transparent. It had followed him for so many years. It could be said that its significance was extraordinary. However, in order to live, he could only choose to cut off his wrists. The gloomy ghost energy had already gushed out from Ghosts Do Not Speak's body and wrapped around his twin. The twin was gradually filled with ghost energy and turned into a pitch-black color. It was very strange, just like a shadow. "Go and serve the great gooey zoo." Ghosts Do Not Speak gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The twins immediately jumped from the ship and flew above the weak water. Just as his twins flew above the weak water, a whirlpool suddenly formed in the weak water. The whirlpool gradually turned into a strange skull shape. The skull opened its mouth and shot out a water column. The water column turned into a ghost hand and firmly grabbed onto the twins. The twins seemed to have regained their consciousness and began to resist, but they were unable to break free from the shackles of the weak water. They were directly dragged into the skeleton-shaped mouth of the water by the ghostly hands. The skull once again transformed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly stopped spinning and turned back into the lifeless black water. Ghosts Do Not Speak's face was somewhat pale. The twins were closely related to them. If something happened to the twins, they would also be greatly injured. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. The other people from the gate of hell saw that the highest cultivation of Ghosts Do Not Speak had already sacrificed his twins to the weak water. Everyone hesitated for a long time. Their eyes revealed a ruthless glint. They began to sacrifice their twins to the weak water. For a moment, the originally calm weak water was filled with various strange skull shapes. The twins of the gate of hell were all dragged into the weak water. Gooey Zoo? What is Gooey Zoo? Mu Yu quietly watched the actions of these people from the gate of hell. He was even more curious about the weak water. What was the meaning of sacrifice? The ghost ship moved faster and faster. The people from the gate of hell on the ship took turns to pour their blood into the altar at the stern of the ship to provide power for the ghost ship's voyage. The other people from the gate of hell began to sit cross-legged and adjust. They no longer spoke. Mu Yu had been looking around. At that moment, the ghost ship seemed to have entered an underground cast cave. She could vaguely see the top of the cast cave above her head. The top of the cast cave was less than 5 meters above the water surface. Green will-o'-the-wisps floated on the walls of the cast cave, making the entire journey even more eerie. And it was not that there was nothing in the weak water. Mu Yu would see some corpses floating on the surface of the weak water from time to time. These corpses looked like they had died not long ago. From their clothes, there were all kinds of sects. There were even some commoners who looked like farmers. Mu Yu even saw the clothes of a Stargate disciple. These corpses are too strange. Mu Yu looked at the corpses floating by the side of the ship. The powerful weak water that could corrode everything did not corrode these corpses. These corpses maintained their appearance when they were alive in the weak water. Some people's eyes were wide open. It was obvious that they died with grievances. Some people had 5-finger holes on their foreheads. The blood seemed to have just solidified. Some people's hearts had disappeared from their chests. Their bodies were stained with blood. The weak water did not wash away these bloodstains. They have been dead for at least a few hundred years, but they still look like they died not long ago. Mu Yu stared at the corpse of a young man that passed by the ship. With his understanding of life force, he could clearly sense that this young man had been dead for at least 300 years. However, from his appearance, he looked like he had just died less than 2 hours ago. What was this place? The 7 ships continued to drift deeper into the weak water. After about a quarter of an hour, the water in front of them began to flow rapidly. At this time, the ghost ship seemed to be flying on the surface of the water. There was no resistance. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Soon, a light appeared in front of them. It was like the exit of the weak water. The ghost ship they were on began to slide quickly toward the exit. The exit was very narrow. It could only accommodate 1 ghost ship at most. All ghost ships, listen up. Follow behind me. Do not squeeze together. Ghosts do not speak was already standing at the bow of the ship and giving orders to the people on the other ghost ships. The speed of the ghost ship was controlled by the blood on the altar. The more blood there was, the faster the ghost ship would move. Ghosts do not speak's ghost ship already had 3 people from the gate of hell bleeding. It was the first to bear the brunt. The 7 ghost ships were controlled by the blood of the people from the gate of hell. There were differences in their speed. Mu Yu's ghost ship had the most blood. It was moving at the front. At this time, the water in front of them began to pour down. The slope was getting bigger and bigger. It was like a gap in the weak water. At this speed, Mu Yu felt that the ghost ship would fall out sooner or later. Then, there was a splash. The ghost ship was indeed thrown out of the weak water, but it did not lose control. In fact, the entire ghost ship was stable without any bumps. In the end, it gradually floated in midair, and their eyes suddenly opened up. Chapter 10:10. The 7 ghost ships stopped in the void. They seemed to have come to a huge cast cave. They could not see the top when they looked up. The diameter of the cast cave was estimated to be more than 1,000 meters. Below the cast cave was the weak water with heavy yin energy. The weak water flowed slowly below the entire cast cave. Many corpses floated in the weak water. There were also some resentful spirits wandering below the water surface. They seemed to be desperately trying to break free from the weak water. However, the weak water was like a thin film. The thin film was propped up by the resentful spirits. After revealing their ferocious and painful faces, it quickly sank again. The weak water did not flow quietly. Sometimes, it would turn into winding water pillars. They were like arms swaying in the air, crisscrossing. When 2 curved water pillars collided with each other, they would directly turn into splashes and fall back into the weak pool at the bottom of the cast cave. Mu Yu also realized that the 7 ghost ships were not floating in the air. Instead, they were grabbed by the giant ghost hands formed by the weak water and held firmly in the air. Countless wretched will-o'-the-wisps floated in the air of the cave. Some of them were green, while others were red. Upon closer inspection, each of the will-o'-the-wisps seemed to be imprisoning a soul that was constantly struggling to break free from the will-o'-the-wisps. It was these will-o'-the-wisps that lit up the entire cave. In the middle of the weak water was a bone tower built from thousands of bones. This tower had 18 floors, and each floor was at least 500 meters in diameter. The body of the tower was made of countless human bones, but there were cracks of different sizes. These cracks were as big as ordinary windows, and the small ones were as thick as an arm. Through these cracks, one could clearly see that there were countless souls inside. These souls were very strange. The souls on each floor were different. The souls imprisoned were not just humans. Mu Yu scanned from afar. He saw that there were souls of humans, demonic beasts, human, and even some that only looked like shadows without a body. The souls on each floor seemed to be suffering cruel torture. Black flames burned, knives cut, axes slashed, and some souls had their limbs pierced by black chains and were pulled to shred. These souls were all being tortured. Their screams filled the entire cave. Their eardrums were like nails scratching a porcelain bowl, sour and unbearable. After each soul was torn or cut into pieces, a strange soul would come from the side, holding a large ladle in its hand, and pour the black weak water on the damaged soul. Then, those souls actually began to slowly recover. Then, Mu Yu's pupils constricted, because these guys holding large ladles and watering tortured souls with weak water were actually flesh-winged horned monsters. Why are there flesh-winged horned monsters here? Mu Yu had a bad premonition. The people of the Gate of Hell had always had an unclear relationship with the flesh-winged horned monsters. Whether it was the Akatsuki he met in the Moyun mountain range or the people of the Gate of Hell on the Demon Island who wanted to use the strange moon god stones to bring out the Yu clan imprisoned in the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda, all the signs pointed to the people of the Gate of Hell brewing some kind of conspiracy. Fortunately, Mu Yu saw that everything in the Bone Pagoda was a soul. Whether it was the flesh-winged horned monsters or the other races, even the shadow-like things, they were all soul bodies. What are the people of the Gate of Hell doing? They actually created such a terrifying bone pagoda. Mu Yu was shocked. This 18-level bone pagoda must be the 18 levels of hell that the ghosts do not speak said to protect. There were countless bones floating around the bone pagoda. These bones floated in the air and formed a bridge. It was exactly the same structure as the one above the ghost pit. These bridges could only allow one person to pass through. They were very narrow and led to different places. Some directly led to the cliff of the cast cave, some led to the weak water below, and some led to the entrance of each level of the bone pagoda. The complex bone bridges intertwined in the air like a huge maze. If one didn't look from above, one wouldn't know which bone bridge led to where. At this time, some bones temporarily floated over and automatically formed a bridge on the side of the ship. Ghosts do not speak and the others had already disembarked one after another. They carefully stepped on the bridge and quickly walked forward along the bridge. Mu Yu stayed at the back. When he stepped on the bone bridge, he found that there was a strange force on the bone bridge that resisted the pull of the weak water. It was clear that he couldn't fly at will in this place. Once he flew, he would be pulled down by the strong pulling force of the weak water. He didn't act rashly. He could only follow the remaining people of the Gate of Hell led by ghosts do not speak and walked towards the center of the bone bridge. When they were halfway there, the bone bridge in the air began to change. It gradually surrounded everyone in the middle. Many people of the Gate of Hell looked uneasy. This seemed to be the forbidden area of the Gate of Hell. Ordinary people of the Gate of Hell didn't have the qualifications to come here. For many people of the Gate of Hell, this was the first time they saw such a scene. But Ghosts Do Not Speak, who had the highest cultivation, was clearly very familiar with this place. He walked forward with familiarity. When he was halfway there, he shouted, "Stop." At this time, everyone had already walked for half a quarter of an hour. There was still half a distance to the 18-floor bone pagoda. However, the bone bridge in front of them didn't continue to extend to the 18-floor bone bridge. Ghosts Do Not Speak took a few steps forward. Then he respectfully knelt down on the bone bridge. He kowtowed in the direction of the 18-floor bone pagoda and respectfully said, "Disciple greets Gui Zu." Disciple greets Gui Zu. All the people of the Gate of Hell behind Ghosts Do Not Speak also knelt down on the bone bridge. It was very spectacular. Mu Yu was still invisible. He looked around. He was very alert in his heart. Because he faintly felt that there seemed to be a very powerful person in this place. His cultivation was unfathomable. He felt a serious threat. Could it be that there is really an old devil in the Darching stage in the Gate of Hell? Mu Yu was a little cautious. The Gate of Hell was very strange. In terms of true strength, it was naturally stronger than Stargate. Destroying Stargate wasn't difficult for Mu Yu. However, the spells of the Gate of Hell had always been very strange. It was much harder to kill than Stargate. He didn't expect that there was such a strange thing hidden under the Gate of Hell. After the people of the Gate of Hell knelt down, all the souls trapped in the 18-floor bone pagoda suddenly screamed in unison. This time, it was no longer a chaotic scream. It was a rhythmic call. These syllables were high and low. It was as if they were adjusting their intonation. Then, the screams of all the souls seemed to overlap at a certain time, making a sharp and mournful sound. "Why are you disturbing me?" The sound spread to everyone's ears, making them feel a strong impact on their eardrums. Some of the people of the gate of hell with weak cultivation turned pale after hearing this sound, and blood seeped out of their ears. Ghosts do not speak respectfully and eagerly said, reporting to Guizhu, someone broke into the gate of hell and started a massacre. Now, there are only 100 people left in the gate of hell. We have no choice but to come to Guizhu and beg for Guizhu's protection. Where is Ghost Cold? Why didn't he guard the gate of hell well? The voice formed by the resentful souls once again echoed throughout the cave. This voice was very low and evil. Every tone of the voice was quite terrifying, containing a soul-stirring power. At this moment, a person of the Jindan period from the gate of hell couldn't withstand the impact of this voice. He screamed miserably, and a cloud of blood burst out of his ears. His eardrums were blown apart by Guizhu's voice. Soon after, this golden core stage ghost sect cultivator's head hit the ground and his entire body fell off the bone bridge. Splash! This unlucky person of the gate of hell fell into the weak water and could no longer make any sound. The other people of the gate of hell were shocked. They were also struggling to withstand Guizhu's voice. Listening to Guizhu's voice was like a disaster to them. Those with low cultivation couldn't withstand it at all. Trash shouldn't have come to this place. Guizhu coldly snorted again. Then, another person of the Jindan period from the gate of hell's eardrums burst and fell into the weak water. Guizhu didn't seem to care about these two disciples of the gate of hell who fell into the weak water. In his eyes, the lives of the people of the gate of hell were no different from other cultivators. If they died, they died. They could still become part of the protection of the weak water. All of the ghost sect members hurriedly covered their ears and used their spiritual energy to protect their eardrums. Seeing that two of their companions had actually died an unnatural death, no one dared to complain loudly, afraid that they would accidentally become the third person to fall into the weak water. Ghosts Do Not Speak was also quite frightened. This kind of sound was still bearable for him, but the cultivation of the people behind him was lower than him. In this place, they couldn't fly. He couldn't do anything about the two dead people of the gate of hell. Reporting to Guizhu, the gate master went to kill a person who is said to be Mu Yu. He hasn't returned yet. The other tribulation passing stage elders have also left the gate of hell. They are acting under the orders of the Sanchong Palace. A tribulation passing stage expert from the gate of life and death took advantage of the situation. We can't stop him at all. Ghosts Do Not Speak quickly explained the situation. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a tribulation passing stage expert. What's the use of keeping you? The mournful and bitter voice sounded again. All the people of the gate of hell lowered their heads and trembled. They didn't dare to refute. Now that the tribulation passing stage experts of the gate of hell were not here, how could they resist? Where are your twins? Guizhu asked again. The people of the gate of hell had two souls. At this time, all the people of the gate of hell only had their own souls left. This was quickly discovered. Ghosts Do Not Speak immediately said, reporting to Guizhu, something has happened to our twins. I don't understand why, but the twins in everyone's bodies are suddenly resuscitation. This subordinate suspects that there is a problem with the twin corpse C. There can be a problem with the twin corpse C? You guys have really disappointed me. A furious aura swept out and the mournful sound wave once again reverberated in the surroundings. Then, another two people of the gate of hell couldn't stand the devastation of Guizhu's voice and fell into the weak water. Chapter 10-11. Mu Yu was still standing behind the crowd. He used a formation technique to hide his aura very well and did not reveal anything. He kept looking at the entire 18-story bone pagoda, looking around the entire cave, wanting to know who this so-called Guizhu was. Although Guizhu gave him a very strong feeling, Mu Yu always felt that there was something wrong with this Guizhu. It was as if he had the strength of the Darching stage, but was restricted by some restrictions and could not fully exert it. But this Guizhu was so cold and ruthless. Even if there were only more than 200 people left in the gate of hell, he still let them fall into the weak water and drown. Was he not afraid that the gate of hell would really be wiped out? If the Japanese people were all dead, Then who would Guizu command? Mu Yu had little sympathy for these dead people from the gate of hell. Even if they did not die, Mu Yu would inevitably kill these people in the end. The most urgent thing for Mu Yu now was to know how to destroy this place. Flying above the weak water was an extremely unwise choice. He must first determine how Guizu would be killed. All the people from the gate of hell knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe, waiting for Guizu's instructions. Guizu snorted coldly, and then said, "I don't have the energy to take care of you trash, but if what you said is true, I still need you to do something for me. Get the hell in here." Crash. There was the sound of water breaking through the weak water below, and 4 giant hands made of black weak water emerged from the surface of the water. Each of them was holding a black iron chain. The iron chain was about as thick as an adult's arm, shining with a black luster. It was unknown what it was made of, but there was a clattering sound in the air, and a dull sound of metal colliding. 4 giant hands made of weak water began to grab 4 huge black iron chains and began to pull them up. There was a constant tumbling sound coming from the weak water, as if something was about to break out of the water. Then, with another splash, a round white stone platform was suddenly pulled out of the water and gradually pulled into the air. The stone platform was about 100 meters wide and square in shape. It emitted a strange and gentle white light and looked very sacred. It seemed out of place in this place that was filled with dense ghostly energy. The center of the stone platform was engraved with some strange textures. The textures looked difficult to understand, unlike ordinary array textures. They were orderly and intertwined with each other. The textures even emitted rays of light from time to time. These are the markings of the Moon God Hall. Why would they appear in this place? Mu Yu said in shock. Back in the Yaroseiling Pagoda, he and Long Ting Xiao Shuai had entered a sacred hall. Inside was the Moon God Hall. At the time, Long Ting had almost activated a sacrificial ritual, causing the entire Moon God Hall to undergo strange changes. The textures on the stone platform were exactly the same as the ones he saw in the Yaroseiling Pagoda. And according to Long Teng, those patterned textures were a kind of sacrificial text. At the time, when Long Teng translated, Mu Yu came to the conclusion that the so-called Moon God clan was a brainwashing cult. Mu Yu looked at the flesh-winged horned monsters in the 18 levels of the Bone Pagoda that were responsible for watering the damaged souls with weak water and vaguely understood some things. The people of the Gate of Hell had been looking for the whereabouts of the Moon God clan. They even knew that the flesh-winged horned monsters were imprisoned in Daoist Master Xian Jiz's Yaroseiling Pagoda more than 5,000 years ago. They wanted to use the Moon God Stone to release those filthy flesh-winged horned monsters from the Yaroseiling Pagoda through the Moon God projection. If Mu Yu's guess was correct, the people of the Gate of Hell probably went to the Yaroseiling Pagoda to receive the orders of Guizu, who was hiding somewhere unknown. Then, what was the relationship between Guizu and the Moon God clan? The huge stone platform gradually rose into the air under the pull of the giant hand of weak water, and finally stopped when it reached the height of the bone bridge they were on. Then, the giant hand of weak water that grabbed the black iron chains loosened the iron chains, but those iron chains didn't directly fall down, and the stone platform didn't fall down. On the contrary, the iron chains began to spiral around the stone platform, forming an arch surrounded by black iron chains. The weak water below splashed up a thick water column again, and the water column spread along the black iron chains as if it was watering the black iron chains, as if a skilled craftsman had mixed black mud on the iron chains. "Get in here and stay on the altar." Guizu's voice once again echoed in the air. "Thank you, Guizu." Ghosts Do Not Speak was overjoyed. Although Guizu regarded their lives as grass, but in the end, they were able to obtain Guizu's protection. He hurriedly shouted to the surviving people of the Gate of Hell, "Quickly, enter the Gate of Hell." Ghosts Do Not Speak was the first to stand up, and walked towards the black arch. The other people of the Gate of Hell also hurriedly followed closely behind. So this is the Gate of Hell that the people of the Gate of Hell spoke of. Mu Yu thoughtfully looked at the arch formed by the weak water. The arch formed by the weak water poured on the iron chains had a strong yin energy, which made people's hearts palpitate. Ghosts Do Not Speak had already walked to the side of the arch, and carefully stretched out his right hand. At this time, Yu discovered that there was a ferocious face on the side of the arch. It was the head of the flesh-winged horned monster. The head of the flesh-winged horned monster seemed to grow on the arch, and it could even move, and revealed its sharp and ferocious teeth. The mouth of the flesh-winged horned monster seemed to be deliberately stretched out, and it opened its mouth wide to bite Ghosts Do Not Speak's hand. Ghosts Do Not Speak's face turned pale, and his face became somewhat distorted. He could not help but shiver, as if he had suffered terrible torture. But the flesh-winged horned monster did not bite for long, as if it had just sucked a mouthful of blood. Ghosts Do Not Speak saw the flesh-winged horned monster loosen its mouth, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. From the moment the flesh-winged horned monster bit down to the moment it loosened its mouth, it happened in the blink of an eye, but to Ghosts Do Not Speak, it felt like many years of torture had passed. After Ghosts Do Not Speak crossed the gate of hell and stood on the altar, he turned to the people of the gate of hell and said, "Follow my example just now, stretch out your arm and sacrifice your blood, quickly." The rest of the people of the gate of hell followed suit. Ever since they came to the forbidden area of the gate of hell, they were actually terrified. Every person of the gate of hell usually did things like killing people, snatching souls, and refining souls. They were originally the kind of people who were cruel and merciless, but after coming here, their expressions became very nervous. They did not have the usual ruthlessness that they had when they killed humans without regard for their own lives. Instead, it was like they had become obedient lambs. Every person of the gate of hell only stretched out their arm to be bitten by the flesh-winged horned monster. The process was very short, and it passed in the blink of an eye, but the people of the gate of hell who were bitten looked like they had fought with someone. Some people's lips even turned pale, and after crossing the gate of hell, they became somewhat dispirited. What a disgusting way of sacrificing. Yu naturally also wanted to enter the gate of hell. He was not afraid of what would happen, but he wanted to explore the forbidden area of the gate of hell and find out what was so strange about this gooey zoo. The gate of hell was about to be destroyed by him, but Gooey Zoo did not make a move here, and even did not know about it. He must have some scruples. As long as it involved the flesh-winged horned monsters, Yu always found them an eyesore. He thought that he had to destroy this creepy place as well. However, Yu would not waste his precious blood on such a disgusting place. He walked at the back and quietly approached the last nascent soul stage person of the gate of hell. He activated his divine soul formation and controlled the other party. Then, he turned into a tree and hid in the body of the person of the gate of hell. After about 15 minutes, more and more people of the gate of hell stepped into the gate of hell after being bitten by the flesh-winged horned monsters. Soon, only the person of the gate of hell controlled by Yu was left. This nascent soul stage person of the gate of hell also stretched out his right hand like everyone else and let the flesh-winged horned monster bite him. Then, he also entered the gate of hell. Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had successfully muddled his way through. Everyone, stay alert. We are safe here. No matter what, the person outside will definitely not be able to come in. We have to wait for the gate master to come back before making a decision, the Ghosts Do Not Speak shouted. Yes, Elder. The 200 or so people of the gate of hell who were lucky enough to survive all responded respectfully. After the Ghosts Do Not Speak and the others stepped into the gate of hell, they sat cross-legged on the altar and began to meditate. They did not seem to have any intention of going to the 18 level of the bone pagoda. On the other side of the altar, there was an arched door. There was a bone bridge that led to the 18 level of the bone pagoda. You don't plan on going forward? Yu felt that this was a bit troublesome. This was not his original intention. He originally hoped that the Ghosts Do Not Speak would lead the people of the gate of hell to the 18 level of the bone pagoda to find out what was going on. The person of the gate of hell that he controlled walked to the side of the arched door that led to the 18 level of the bone pagoda. Then, he discovered that there was also a flesh-winged horned monster's head on the arched door. It was obvious that if he wanted to go through, he would have to be bitten again. This is going to be troublesome. Of course, Yu could not control the person of the gate of hell to reach out his hand and let the monster bite him. Then, he would step onto the bone bridge alone. It would be too difficult to not be discovered under the eyes of so many people. Mu Yu was about to see if he should control the ghosts do not speak and let the ghosts do not speak lead him forward when Gui Zhu's voice rang out again. Ghosts do not speak, you said that all the twins have been lost. Ghosts do not speak quickly stood up and respectfully replied, Gui Zhu, yes, in order to save our lives, we sacrificed the twins to you on the way here. All the people of the Gate of Hell sank the twins into the weak water on the ghost ship. They were dragged into the water by the weak water. Even the twins that were resuscitation were taken care of by the other people of the Gate of Hell. Then this is interesting. There are 223 people alive here, but in my senses, there are 224 souls here. Where did the extra soul come from? Gui Zhu's voice sounded like he was laughing eerily. That ghostly wail made everyone's soul tremble again. Chapter 10-12. Gui Zhu, what do you mean by that? Ghosts do not speak asked in confusion. Don't you understand? There's someone here who doesn't belong to the Gate of Hell. If he hadn't passed through the Gate of Hell, I wouldn't have noticed him. Hurry up and show your true form. Gui Zhu's sharp voice rang out. Then, the ghost chi in the cave began to gather in the air, forming a shining yin wind all that pierced towards the person from the Gate of Hell that Mu Yu was in. Whoosh! Mu Yu had already jumped out and landed on top of the altar. The person from the Gate of Hell that he had just controlled couldn't dodge in time and had his forehead pierced by the yin wind all. His entire head suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. How ruthless! Mu Yu couldn't help but frown. Gui Zhu didn't show any mercy to his own people. Ghosts do not speak saw Mu Yu suddenly appear and immediately revealed a terrified expression. He anxiously shouted, Gui Zhu, it's this person. He's the one who took advantage of the situation to invade the Gate of Hell. Mu Yu was still in his Tian Xingzhou appearance. He indifferently swept a glance at Ghosts do not speak, his attention still on his surroundings. Gui Zhu's figure from the beginning to the end couldn't be seen through. It was as if he was everywhere. The only thing he could be sure of was that this guy was most likely hiding in the 18-level bone pagoda. Of course I know, you bunch of trash. You actually lured an outsider in the tribulation stage here. Damn it. Gui Zhu looked rather angry at Mu Yu for sneaking in. He clearly didn't like outsiders coming to his territory. Gui Zhu, please forgive us. He's very cunning. We don't know his identity at all. Ghosts do not speak hurriedly said. From the beginning until now, Mu Yu had been using the Tian Xingzhou appearance to attack the Gate of Hell. Even Ghost Cold couldn't see through Mu Yu's 100 Faces illusion formation, let alone Ghosts do not speak who was only at the body integration stage. Gui Zhu didn't blindly attack Mu Yu again. Instead, he asked, who are you? Mu Yu coldly looked at the 18-level bone pagoda in the distance and said, I'm here to destroy the Gate of Hell. If he wanted to destroy the Gate of Hell, he naturally had to destroy all the foundations of the Gate of Hell. The Twin Corps C had only reduced the fighting power of the Gate of Hell by half. Even now, they had only killed half of the people in the Gate of Hell. Many of the experts in the Gate of Hell were still outside. Since the Ghosts do not speak mentioned the Gate of Hell and the 18 levels of Hell were so important to them, Mu Yu had to find a way to destroy it all. Arrogant. You're courting death. Gui Zhu angrily shouted. Mu Yu gradually confirmed one thing in his heart. He was sure that Gui Zhu couldn't personally attack him due to certain restrictions. Otherwise, Gui Zhu's Grand Ascension Stage aura would be enough to deal with Mu Yu. Do you really think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Gui Zhu contemptuously shouted. The weak water below the altar splashed as countless giant hands formed by the weak water quickly wrapped around Mu Yu and grabbed him. These giant hands formed by the weak water also had a powerful tearing and corrosive power. When they danced in the air, they suddenly burst out with a chilling wind that swept towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu's expression turned solemn as a powerful pressure assaulted his face. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of something like the weak water. Formation runes appeared around his body as the shadow sword appeared from the void. With a biting cold sword energy, It slashed towards the oncoming giant hands. Reckless fool. No matter how powerful you are not a match for Gui Zhu. Ghosts do not speak watched the battle from the side and then coldly snorted. He knew how powerful the weak water was. The weak water was extremely corrosive and was enough to corrode any magic weapon. Moreover, the weak water was personally controlled by Gui Zhu. Ghosts do not speak could already imagine Mu Yu's sword being destroyed by the weak water transformed ghost hands, and then the ghost hands would directly grab Mu Yu and tear him in half. Gui Zhu is wise. Kill him and avenge the dead disciples. All the people from the gate of hell looked at Gui Zhu's attack and their faces showed joy. Just now, Mu Yu had killed countless people from the gate of hell with one sword. That terrifying sword energy made them feel powerless. Now that they were here, with Gui Zhu's protection, they naturally felt relieved. Mu Yu's shadow sword was suffused with a cyan light as it slashed towards the ghost hands in the air. As the sword light flashed, only a crackling sound was heard. The ghost hands formed by the weak water were directly cut off by Mu Yu's sword energy. How is this possible? Ghosts do not speak was suddenly stunned. He understood the power of the weak water. Ordinary magic weapons couldn't resist the weak water. Once it came into contact with the weak water, it would inevitably be corroded by the weak water. But he didn't expect Mu Yu to directly use his sword to break the giant hands formed by the weak water. How could he know what the shadow sword in Mu Yu's hand meant? Gui Zhu was also shocked. As if he thought of something, he roared, "This is the heaven sword. You are Jianying Chenfeng?" "No, why do you have Jianying Chenfeng's heaven sword?" "So a guy like you who hides the head but shows the tail actually knows my master." Mu Yu secretly thought for a moment, but the sword energy in his hand didn't show any power. The cyan light illuminated the entire cast cave. In an instant, it slashed at the crisscrossing ghost hands of the weak water, shattering all the weak water. When Ghosts Do Not Speak heard the words Jianying Chenfeng, he suddenly realized Mu Yu's identity. He was shocked and angry. "You are Mu Yu. You only realized now? It's too late." Mu Yu turned the sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at the 200 people on the altar from the gate of hell. At this time, he had already come here, so there was no need to let Ghosts Do Not Speak and the others continue to live. "Gui Zhu, save us." Ghosts Do Not Speak looked at Mu Yu's insufferably majestic sword energy. With their current cultivation, there was no way they could escape from this sword. They could only beg for Gui Zhu's protection. "Arrogant brat, you dare." The veins below the altar suddenly lit up and began to assemble in an orderly manner. These veins refracted the light to a strange angle and then turned into a pair of ugly ghost face shields, blocking in front of Ghosts Do Not Speak and the others. Clang! Mu Yu's sword energy slashed on the ghost face shields, and suddenly there was an earth-shaking roar. The loud sound reverberated in the entire cast cave for a long time, forming a rolling wave of air. The bone bridge in the air was directly shattered, and the entire altar shook violently. The people from the gate of hell with weak cultivation fell to the ground in horror. "Brat, you have some skills," Gui Zhu shouted. The black chains around the altar that were originally wrapped in weak water began to move rapidly, like poisonous snakes coiling towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu redirected the sword beam in his hand to strike the black iron chain. However, it was unknown what the black iron chain was made of. It was actually indestructible. Additionally, there was also a formidable tearing force on the surface of the black iron chain. Thus, Mu Yu was unable to gain any advantage over it. This old devil is really powerful. Mu Yu understood that he had hit a nail. Gui Zhu did seem to have some scruples and couldn't use his full strength, but this old devil's cultivation was in the darching stage, and it was not easy for Mu Yu to deal with him. He had to find a way to figure out what this old devil was afraid of. Mu Yu jumped high from the altar and wanted to leave, but there was a strange barrier around the altar, which firmly protected the altar. At this time, Mu Yu couldn't fly out. "Brat, I'm not a place where you can come and go as you wish." Gui Zhu laughed, and the veins on the altar began to change and combine again, forming a long spear, densely shooting out from the feet of all the people from the gate of hell, stabbing towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu held his breath and stared. These long spears that appeared from the veins of the altar made him smell a dangerous aura. At the moment, the heavenly Dipper constellation array rippled under his feet, and his whole body became erratic, shuttling between these long spears, and at the same time, slashing at the long spears with his shadow sword. So weird. To Mu Yu's surprise, when his shadow sword looked at the long spear, it directly penetrated the long spear, as if the long spear was just a shadow, without any substance. However, Mu Yu knew that the long spear itself was extremely powerful. His shadow sword couldn't cut these long spears, but if he was hit by the white long spear, he would be seriously injured. He had no choice but to dodge quickly, but these long spears seemed to have eyes and had completely locked on to Mu Yu's position. No matter how Mu Yu dodged, the long spears would always turn in the air at the right time and stab towards Mu Yu. If not for Mu Yu's speed being fast enough, he would have been pierced into a hornet's nest by these long spears. Great, Guizhu, quickly show your divine might and kill him. The people from the gate of hell below saw Mu Yu constantly dodging in the air, clearly suffering a great loss. They all cheered, venting their anger, wanting to see the scene of Mu Yu being struck down by the long spears. At this moment, Mu Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks, and transparent veins flickered around his body. The veins rippled, as if there was a fault in the void where he was standing. At this moment, countless long spears arrived, uniformly piercing through Mu Yu's body. Die under Guizhu's divine might. Ghosts do not speak clenched his fists. Divine might. More like crazy. Mu Yu coldly snorted, and all the cheering people from the gate of hell were stunned. They didn't expect that after those long spears pierced through Mu Yu was still safe and sound. What was going on? This was naturally because Mu Yu had used the mirror image array to isolate his aura from his real position. However, Mu Yu didn't like to explain anything to these little Japanese people. His gaze focused, and his figure had already rushed towards the ghost face shield below. At this time, the long spears that were tailing him continued to follow. But at this moment, countless figures of Mu Yu suddenly appeared in the air, as if countless clones of him had appeared in an instant. The doppelganger array technique was a very basic Xiantian array technique, but it also had some flaws. This was because the clones created by it could be easily seen through by people of the same cultivation level. However, Guizhu was surprised. Logically speaking, with his ability, he should be able to see which one was Mu Yu's clone. However, Mu Yu's use of the mirror image array had already caused problems with the long spears he controlled. Now that so many clones had appeared, he couldn't tell which one was Mu Yu's real body. Then I'll destroy your clones one by one. Guizhu roared angrily. The countless long spears in the air scattered and chased after each of Mu Yu's clones. Among them, 2 of the clones landed on the ghost face shield. Whoosh! The long spears pierced Mu Yu's clones, but they also pierced the ghost face shield and sank into it. The people from the gate of hell under the ghost face shield were directly hit by the long spears and died. The shield can block my shadow sword, but I don't think it can block your own long spears, right? Chapter 10:13. Page, a bunch of trash. You're an eyesore. Guizhu wouldn't feel sorry for accidentally killing a few people from the gate of hell. The spears that filled the sky reappeared and gathered below. The ghost-faced shield also changed. Countless vengeful spirits suddenly jumped out of it. These vengeful spirits were all black, and each of them carried an endless amount of evil chi as they pounced on Mu Yu. Mu Yu kept dodging. His eyes never left the altar. In his opinion, Guizhu didn't dare to attack him personally. Instead, he relied on the altar to activate the ghost art. If he wanted to deal with Guizhu, he had to first destroy the altar. The Big Dipper constellation formation under his feet moved. Mu Yu dodged the oncoming spears. An 8 trigrams pattern appeared in front of his chest. Blue lightning sparks were faintly discernible in the 8 trigrams pattern. Then, it suddenly rushed out and turned into a violent thunder snake. Thunder snake swift shadow. The thunder snake surged and met the vengeful spirits formed by the ghost-faced shield. The vengeful spirits immediately let out terrified screams when they met the fierce thunder snake. The thunder snake bit down on the vengeful spirits. Lightning invaded the vengeful spirits, and all of the vengeful spirits were instantly electrocuted into ashes. Whoosh! Mu Yu's figure had already landed on the altar. The patterns on the altar were still flickering rhythmically. However, it didn't have the colorful light that Dragon Vine had accidentally touched. He took a closer look and found that the patterns on the altar were somewhat different from the patterns that Dragon Vine had seen before. The 8 trigrams pattern lit up under his feet. This time, the 8 trigrams pattern was blue. The blue patterns were like tentacles, densely spreading out and covering all the patterns on the altar. Then, the white light on the altar was suddenly covered by Mu Yu's pattern. The pattern seemed to have been disrupted. The spears that couldn't hit in the air were instantly destroyed. Sure enough, to deal with these annoying spears, I have to deal with the source. Mu Yu snorted. The blue pattern suddenly burst out with electric sparks and quickly transferred to every groove on the altar. How dare you! Gui Zhu finally realized that something was wrong. He did not expect that Mu Yu would discover the weakness of his ghost art in just a few exchanges. Immediately, the chains that were originally watered by the weak water began to move and rushed towards Mu Yu in an attempt to stop Mu Yu's control. However, it was too late. Although Mu Yu didn't understand how to activate the runes on the altar, his runes had discovered that there was a small hole in the center of the altar. Powerful soul power was emitting from the hole. This soul power was the source of the altar's power. It was also the main culprit behind the enchantment that prevented Mu Yu from leaving the altar. The lightning runes were already filled with Mu Yu's sword chi. As the sword chi waved, it entered the round hole and attacked the ball of soul force. When the originally powerful soul power encountered Mu Yu's sword chi and lightning array patterns, it actually began to scatter in panic. However, this ball of soul power was still caught up by Mu Yu and was instantly annihilated. Boom! The entire altar suddenly trembled again and then began to sway. It seemed that it could no longer maintain floating in the air. The black chains that were originally smashing towards Mu Yu seemed to have lost their balance halfway and fell heavily from the sky, smashing into the altar. Bang! The people standing on the altar could not dodge in time and were smashed by the chains. These chains looked like they weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. They directly smashed the people from the gate of hell into a bloody mist. The altar began to tilt. The remaining people from the gate of hell who were not smashed to death began to fly into the air in a panic, trying not to fall down. However, Mu Yu's sword chi had already penetrated into the altar. It shook violently and tore the entire altar apart. The altar was torn apart and fell into the Ruo Shui. Splash! Splash! After the fragments of the altar fell into the weak water, it set off a large splash. However, for the people from the gate of hell, the worst result was far from this. Without the protection of the altar, the strong tearing force of the weak water suddenly came, acting on the people from the gate of hell who were flying in the air at a loss. The people from the gate of hell only felt as if their bodies were hooked by something, as if their bodies were tied with thousands of kilograms of iron. Before they could fully react, they had already fallen into the weak water. They desperately tried to urge the spiritual power in their bodies to fly up, but it was useless in front of the strong weak water. After the people from the gate of hell fell into the weak water, they only had time to let out a scream before sinking into the weak water. The weak water formed a thin film that took away their lives and imprisoned their souls in the weak water. Their corpses floated on the water, showing the appearance of having just died. Quickly grab the bones. Even though Gui Buyu was panicking, he still shouted loudly. As a member of the ghost sect with the highest cultivation, his reaction was also the fastest. Because above the weak water, those bones that had been cast with the ghost technique could float, so as long as he stood on the bones, he would be safe. A few people from the gate of hell with sharp eyes and agile hands grabbed the eye sockets of the floating skulls at the critical moment. With the protection of the skull technique, they climbed onto the bones. After all the turmoil calmed down again, there were less than 40 people from the gate of hell who survived. Mu Yu was also standing on top of a broken skull. These skulls were supposed to form a bone bridge in the air, but because of the problem with the altar, the bone bridge that was connected to the altar was scattered, and the bones were scattered all over the place. Gui Zhu's angry voice once again echoed in the cast cave, "You outsider, you're courting death." The damage to the altar made Gui Zhu extremely irritable. The ghost flames floating in the air also began to spin rapidly, rushing towards the floating bones and rushing into them. The bones emitted a pale green light, and quickly gathered together to form an incomparably dense giant hand. The giant hand emitted a monstrous ghost aura, and clawed at Mu Yu with a sharp whistling sound, as if it was tearing through the void. The 8 trigrams formation rippled under Mu Yu's feet once again, and the chaotic yin and yang revolved out of his body. He was now more proficient in controlling the chaotic yin and yang. The chaotic yin and yang, one black and one white, naturally chased each other, evolving into an endless breath that circled around the shadow clone sword. The blade of the shadow clone sword also transformed into a green 8 trigrams formation pattern, and at the same time, the sword aura suddenly soared, illuminating the entire cast cave. The sword aura was awe-inspiring and fearless, piercing out towards the giant bone hand. Buzz! The two collided, and a powerful wave instantly swept out. The sword aura rolled, and the airwaves surged. In an instant, more than 20 people from the Gate of Hell were directly swept by this aura, and directly turned into a bloody mist. The skeletal hand grabbed the soaring sword energy, wanting to destroy the sword energy. However, the sword energy contained an endless amount of power, which flowed into the skeletal hand. The originally pale green skeletal hand suddenly became propped up by an exuberant aura. Its bones shone with an incomparably magnificent luster, becoming crystal clear. It was as though the skeletal hand had become a sacred magic treasure. However, the extreme was bound to decline. As the glossy bone hand became fuller and fuller, the luster began to fade, and it became extremely dim. Traces of cracks even appeared on the bone hand. Catcher! Catcher! Crisp cracking sounds continuously came from the bone hand. Mu Yu's eyes narrowed, and the shadow clone sword aura in his hand turned slightly. With a crash, the entire giant bone hand suddenly split into pieces, scattering bone fragments all over the sky. Lightning runes appeared once again, pulverizing the skeletal hand into dust. "Brat, I want you dead," Gui Zhu shouted. He was not angry because of the destruction of the bone hand. Instead, he seemed to be somewhat joking. Mu Yu was shocked. He felt that some danger was gradually approaching. By the time he reacted, the sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Mu Yu raised his head, and his pupils shrank. He didn't know when it started, but a giant skull had appeared above his head. The skull was 100 meters wide, and its sharp teeth were constantly biting, emitting a soul-stirring ka sound. This skull was formed from the cold weak water, and some resentful spirits could be vaguely seen trapped in the weak water of the skull. They were constantly struggling under the surface of the skull, and their expressions were ferocious. The skull's formation was silent. Mu Yu had been focused on the giant bone hand in front of him, but he didn't expect such a dangerous thing to appear behind him. At this time, by the time Mu Yu reacted, it was already too late to avoid it. The skull opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Mu Yu in an instant. The skull looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. It spun in the air and set off a fishy and pungent ghost chi. Then, it let out a sour and unbearable roar and drilled into the weak water below. With a splash, the huge skull once again sank into the weak water below and disappeared. Whoosh! The people from the Gate of Hell led by ghosts do not speak saw that the skull had swallowed Mu Yu, and immediately let out a long sigh of relief. They had saved their lives in front of the Gate of Hell, and their faces were filled with joy. Great! We finally eliminated this invader. Long live Gui Zhu! Long live Gui Zhu! The surviving people from the Gate of Hell shouted loudly, and stood on the floating bones with incomparable excitement. The skull formed by the weak water had disappeared. Everyone clearly understood what the weak water meant. Mu Yu was submerged by the weak water, and it was impossible for him to survive. "Thank you, Gui Zhu, for avenging us," Ghosts Do Not Speak respectfully said. "Thank you, Gui Zhu, for avenging us," the remaining people from the Gate of Hell also said. At this time, there were only 18 people from the Gate of Hell left alive. These 18 people were at least at the severed soul stage. It was also because of their high cultivation that they survived the fierce battle just now. They didn't expect that the gate of hell would become only 18 people because of Mu Yu's existence. Everyone was waiting for Guizu's response, but to Ghosts Do Not Speak's surprise, Guizu did not speak this time. Just when everyone was bewildered, a voice came from the weak water below. "Take revenge? I'm afraid there is no chance." Chapter 10:14. You're still alive. Ghosts Do Not Speak was taken aback. After being swallowed by the skull formed by the weak water, he was still alive. He obviously didn't think of this. Not only him, but the other people from the Gate of Hell also didn't think of this. "I haven't completely eradicated the Gate of Hell, how can I die so easily?" Mu Yu said lightly. The wood spirit was an extremely sturdy magic treasure in the world. Back then, even the spatial crack could not crush it, not to mention that it had absorbed the aura of life and death. It had already become quite strange. In the face of the extremely corrosive weak water, the plant that the wood spirit had transformed into did not melt. Guizu. Ghosts Do Not Speak quickly shouted anxiously. If this person couldn't be killed, then something would really happen to the Gate of Hell today. "Shut up." Guizu, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, suddenly shouted angrily, startling these people from the Gate of Hell. From Guizu's voice, it was obvious that Guizu's momentum seemed to be much worse than before, as if he had consumed a lot of strength in the battle. But how was this possible? In their eyes, Guizu was an existence comparable to the Darching stage. How could he not have the strength to fight again after exchanging blows with Mu Yu, who was at the crossing calamity stage for less than a moment? Your Guizu is just showing off. If this old devil could exert his full strength, he would have shown up in person to cast a big spell. There is no need to hide for so long. Mu Yu said indifferently. Guizu's momentum was very strong, and it was mixed with the aura of a domain, but he didn't exert his full strength. After controlling the weak water and bones here, he was exhausted. Obviously, he must have suffered some serious restrictions. "I want to see what scruples you have that you can't make a move." Mu Yu became more and more curious about all this. Such a powerful person was hiding in the depths of the Gate of Hell, but it seemed that he couldn't exert his full strength. What happened to Guizu? "Brat, just you wait. When I get out in the future, I will definitely tear you into pieces," Guizu said angrily. "Get out." Mu Yu was surprised. Ghost Lord was actually trapped here? Then who was the person who trapped him? "No matter what, since you can't do anything to me, then I will break your hope of getting out." Mu Yu didn't expect himself to be able to kill Guizu. Since this guy was trapped, then he must have great strength, which meant that the person who trapped him couldn't kill him. And the people of Gaol's sect would definitely think of a way to save such a powerful old devil in this place. Since that was the case, Mu Yu needed to think of a way to destroy the plan of the people from the Gate of Hell. One had to know that this old devil was able to cause so much trouble for Mu Yu before he escaped. Once he escaped, then he would probably be a difficult opponent in the future. Mu Yu wouldn't casually leave behind any future troubles. He set his gaze on the 18-story bone pagoda in the distance. If Mu Yu didn't guess wrong, the 18-story bone pagoda must be the old devil's hiding place. Since that was the case, he had to go to the 18-story bone pagoda and think of a way to destroy this bone pagoda. Mu Ling, who had transformed into a tree branch, had already brought Mu Yu out of the weak water and quickly headed towards the bone pagoda. But at this moment, bubbling sounds came from below the weak water. Following that, countless corpses floated to the surface of the water. These corpses looked like they had just died not long ago. Each of the corpses began to move as if they had crawled out of the water. Their eyes were dull, but all of them had already jumped up and pounced towards Mu Yu. They wanted to stop Mu Yu from going to the 18-story bone pagoda. Mu Yu coldly looked at these corpses. He was already used to seeing corpses. There was no fear at all. The shadow sword light slashed towards the corpses. Ding! How can it be so hard? Mu Yu was stunned. He realized that he had underestimated these corpses that had been soaked in the weak water for hundreds of years. It was as if the weak water had transformed the corpses. The corpses were as hard as rocks. The shadow sword only made a muffled sound when it struck the corpses. It sent them flying, but it couldn't harm a single hair on the corpses. "Stop him for me." Guizu's voice was very mournful. Just as his voice fell, more and more corpses floated up from below the weak water. There were thousands and tens of thousands of them. Not only were there corpses in the weak water, but there were also some resentful spirits that were wrapped in the weak water. These resentful spirits seemed to have been trapped in the weak water for many years and became water ghosts. They were very unwilling. Therefore, when they came out, they immediately bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to vent all their resentment on the living person in front of them. The endless sword energy in Mu Yu's hand flowed out again. The sword energy rushed into the sky and fiercely slashed down. All the corpses touched by his sword chi seemed to have been forcefully injected with a vigorous life force. This life force entered the bodies of the corpses, and every single one of them seemed to have regained their life force. The originally stagnant blood in their bodies began to surge, and their pale skin became extremely rosy. But in just an instant, the corpses reached their greatest extent and began to age. The skin fell off and turned into powder. The originally intact corpses turned into skeletons in the blink of an eye. The skeletons dried up and cracked again. This time, they were directly crushed by Mu Yu's sword energy. However, there were too many corpses. Mu Yu's sword energy could not destroy all of them one by one. The resentful spirits also rushed forward and passed through the corpses one after another, surrounding Mu Yu. If this continued, Mu Yu would exhaust his strength sooner or later. The 18-level bone pagoda was not very far from him, but Mu Yu's path forward was blocked by countless corpses. If he wanted to destroy them one by one, it would take him a few hours to reach there. The most important thing was that the sect master of the Gate of Hell, Ghost Cold, might be quickly rushing back. If he was blocked here, it would be very troublesome for him to face 3 tribulation-passing experts. The blue lightning formation wrapped around his body and forced back all the resentful spirits. He stepped on the Big Dipper constellation formation, appearing and disappearing among the countless corpses. Ruoshire had a strong tearing force and wanted to pull him down. However, Mu Yu appeared on the bone bridge in the blink of an eye and quickly stepped on the bone bridge to move forward. Along the way, he kept repelling all kinds of corpses. Although these corpses were hard, they could not stop him. Soon, he landed on the stairs in front of the bone pagoda. The corpses behind him saw that Mu Yu had landed on the bone pagoda, but they did not dare to take a step forward. It seemed that this was a forbidden area for the corpses. All the corpses unwillingly stepped on the Ruoshire and surrounded the bone pagoda. When Mu Yu approached the bone pagoda, he quickly found a strong domain aura sealing the bone pagoda. This domain aura made him feel a little uneasy. However, he calmed himself down and did not retreat. He continued to walk towards the bottom of the bone pagoda. The closer they got to the bone pagoda, the more miserable cries and howls they heard. Those souls seemed to be cultivators when they were alive. After they died, they were imprisoned in the bone pagoda and suffered the most brutal torture. They were truly in so much pain that they wished they were dead but didn't want to die. "Bastard, you are courting death." Guizu saw that Mu Yu had broken through the layers of obstacles and arrived in front of the bone pagoda. His voice was filled with anger and even a little panic. However, Mu Yu still did not see him. He did not know where this old ghost was hiding. "It's a bluff." Mu Yu ignored the bone pagoda. He slowly walked around the bone pagoda. Although Guizu did not appear, he could not let his guard down. It was hard to say what kind of demons and ghosts existed in this place. He slowly approached a huge crack at the bottom of the bone pagoda. The crack was like a window. He could clearly see what was going on inside. Looking through the crack, he saw countless souls being tortured. Every soul was screaming miserably. What Mu Yu found strange was that when these souls screamed, their mouths would emit a strange rhythm. It was like a sound wave. This sound wave would be absorbed by the ghostly fire floating in the air. The ghostly fire was constantly trembling, and every time it absorbed a sound wave, the ghostly fire would become more solid. Then, the ghostly fire's color would gradually darken, and it would begin to solidify. Finally, it would slowly turn into a blood-red liquid that spun in the air. The more miserable the souls screamed, the faster the ghost fire in the air turned into liquid. After the ghost fire turned into a blood-red liquid, it looked very low and heavy. It began to drip to the ground. After the blood-red liquid fell to the ground, it began to flow along the cracks of the bones on the ground and converged into a ghastly mouth in the center of the bone pagoda. It looked like the bloody mouth of some kind of ferocious demon beast. All around the mouth stood all kinds of sharp blood-red fangs, swallowing the liquid formed by the ghost fire. Then, the bloody mouth would emit a little bit of ghost fire and return to the air to collect the screams of the souls. What the hell is this thing? Mu looked at the miserable screams of the souls being tortured endlessly. The heart-wrenching screams made him feel a little sorry. What were the people of the Gate of Hell doing in this place? Could it be that they were torturing the souls to gather strength? This method was too cruel. After these souls were tortured and torn apart, the souls of the flesh-winged horned monsters would take out a ladle of weak water and restore the souls to their original state. Then, they would torture them again and again. The miserable screams made Mu tremble from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, a soul saw Mu and struggled to break free from the chains. He threw himself in front of the crack in the bone pagoda and screamed, "Let us turn to ashes, let us be free, I beg you." This was the soul of a middle-aged man. His face was filled with endless pain, but he still had a remnant consciousness. He desperately tried to squeeze out of the crack, but there was a force in the bone pagoda that blocked him. Then, a chain swept over and pulled him back. The chain tore at him, tearing his soul in half. He screamed again. Chapter 10-15. The souls here still retained their consciousness. It was as if it was purposely letting them retain their consciousness so that they would wail in pain and strengthen the ghost fire. But Mu looked at the souls being watered by the weak water and his heart suddenly moved. Why could the souls be restored after being watered by the weak water? Did this mean that the weak water could also restore Deadwood Daddy's soul? One had to know that he could borrow Gomang's blink of life and death, but he still couldn't revive Deadwood Daddy because his soul was damaged. As long as he could make Deadwood Daddy's soul complete, Deadwood Daddy could truly be revived. Mu had this thought in his heart, but he didn't act rashly. After dealing with the people from the Gate of Hell until now, he wouldn't easily trust the people from the Gate of Hell. The things from the Gate of Hell were too strange. Mu had to first understand the drawbacks of this method. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily experiment on Deadwood Daddy's soul. But how do I enter the bone pagoda? Mu's fingertips carefully formed a rune and touched the bone pagoda. The rune covered the bone pagoda, but there was a layer of strange power that shook off the rune and didn't let Mu's rune get close. With a tap of his foot, he had already leaped into midair. He flew up layer by layer, and saw countless souls being tortured in different ways. Countless will-o'-the-wisps were turned into blood, and it was a chilling sight. In just a moment, Mu was already standing at the top of the 18-level bone pagoda, but he still couldn't find any entrance. Might as well just destroy it. Mu waved the shadow sword in his hand. A green sword chi swept out and fiercely chopped at the bone pagoda. "Lowly human, you want to destroy my 18 levels of hell with just you?" Gui Zu's angry voice sounded again. The bone pagoda lit up with a white light. This light came from the bones and blocked Mu's sword chi. Soul power? Mu recognized the white light at a glance. Soul power was the source of power for the people of the Third Layer Palace. He had fought with the people of the Third Layer Palace more than once or twice. Not to mention others, he had already killed several of them. But why was there soul power in the depths of the Gate of Hell? The soul power emitted from the bone pagoda was simply too powerful. It contained the power of a domain, which far exceeded Mu's cultivation. Mu was unable to deal with the soul power here. "Brat, wait until I recover my vitality. I'll definitely pile your bones up in my 18 levels of hell. I'll also extract your soul and make you one of the tortured members of the 18 levels of hell. I'll make your pain the source of my strength," Gui Zu said ruthlessly. "So, you don't have the ability to do anything to me now?" Mu pretended to be surprised. Even if I can't do anything to you, what can you do to me? Guizhu sneered. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully, then rubbed his hands and grinned. Then I don't have anything to worry about. He clasped his hands together and slowly opened them. A ball of cyan spirit power appeared in his palms. Guizhu sneered. Lowly ant, I advise you to quickly run for your life before I recover my vitality. Otherwise, the day I escape will be the day you die. You might not have the chance to escape. The cyan spirit power in Mu Yu's palms began to emit a light that gradually faded. It turned into two auras, one black and one white. These two auras were breathtaking but maintained a wonderful balance. Arrogant ant, you dare to talk so big. With just you. Guizhu's voice was still full of disdain. However, the black and white spirit power in Mu Yu's palms had already eroded the soul power of the bone pagoda. Ding! When the black and white spirit power encountered a strong soul power barrier, the soul power could resist it slightly because of the support of the domain. However, the black and white spirit power in Mu Yu's body was formed from the life and death aura of the underworld grass. It was the most primitive and terrifying thing in the world. No matter how strong the domain was, it could not resist it. However, Mu Yu had to be careful during this devouring process. He could not be disturbed at all because he had to ensure that the amount of life and death aura was the same. Once this balance was broken, it would lead to a terrifying thing. The soul power covering the bone pagoda began to tremble and showed signs of collapsing. It could not withstand the strange devouring power. How is this possible? What have you done, you lowly ant? Guizhu finally realized that something was wrong. He discovered that Mu Yu actually had the ability to devour the soul power protecting the bone pagoda. Once the soul power protecting the bone pagoda was broken, it would be a huge blow to him. Damn it! Ghosts do not speak. What are you in a daze for? Quickly come over and kill him. Guizhu was filled with anger. He could not make a move right now. Ghosts do not speak, and the others were still trembling on the floating bones. When they heard Guizhu's angry roar, they did not know what to do. The bridge to the bone pagoda had already been broken, so they could only stand on the bones. The closest bones were several meters away, so if they wanted to reach the bone pagoda, they had to jump over the floating bones. But below them was the weak water. The weak water had an incomparably strong suction force. Once they jumped up, they would be pulled down by the weak water and become a part of the yin corpses. They did not have a crossing tribulation realm cultivation like Mu Yu. Guizhu, we can't go over. Ghosts do not speak, anxiously said. He wanted to say that even if he went over, he could not beat Mu Yu. Trash. You bunch of trash. Bringing an outsider here, you really deserve to die. Guizhu roared, but he could only move his mouth. Other than that, he could not do anything. I need to concentrate when I'm working. Don't make a fuss, be quiet. Mu Yu said impatiently. I'm so angry. Lowly and filthy ant, I will definitely make you beg for death. Guizhu's anger overflowed to the sky. He wished he could rush out from somewhere and tear Mu Yu into pieces, but he could not do anything to Mu Yu, who was consuming his soul power. Ghosts do not speak, and the others were also helpless. Originally, when they saw Mu Yu killing in the ghost pit, they wanted to come here to take refuge. Who would have thought that Mu Yu would also sneak in, and even sneak into the gate of hell? Originally, there was only one way to get to the bone tower. In addition to passing through the bone bridge of the gate of hell, even if Mu Yu relied on his crossing tribulation realm cultivation to offset the gravity of the weak water, it was impossible to get close to the bone tower. But the bad thing was that Mu Yu also passed through the gate of hell, and also found a way to destroy the altar of the gate of hell, which led to the bone tower being the only way to get close to it. As long as one could offset the suction of the weak water, they could pass through. However, among the people present, only Mu Yu could do this. At this time, Guizhu was already furious. His resentment resounded throughout the cast cave, and all kinds of threatening words were incessant. However, Mu Yu was too lazy to care at all. The process of devouring could not be disturbed. The soul power at the top of the bone tower had gradually been devoured by the black and white spirit power, and a big hole was opened, enough to accommodate Mu Yu. Mu Yu immediately began to fuse the black and white spirit power together again. After the black and white spirit power in his hand devoured the soul power with the domain aura, it became very strong. Just devouring a hole with a diameter of about 1 meter was comparable to devouring the spirit power produced by a crossing tribulation realm twin. Devouring the soul power here is really good. Mu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. If it weren't for the fact that time was pressing and Ghost Cold was very likely to come back to find him, he would definitely spend some time to devour the entire bone tower. At that time, the amount of spirit power collected would be a very terrifying amount. He used a spirit gathering formation to seal the spirit power he collected. After leaving here, he would slowly find time to refine this spirit power. Mu Yu's sword chi pierced down again. This time, he pierced a hole in the top of the 18th level of the bone pagoda. The bone pagoda lid could no longer stop him. Mu Yu easily entered the 18th level of the bone pagoda. Lowly and dirty human, you deserve to die. Gui Zhu saw that Mu Yu actually entered the bone tower, and his furious voice was mixed with panic. He angrily shouted again and again. As soon as Mu Yu landed, the flesh-winged horned monsters that were torturing the souls of the human race suddenly roared and pounced at him. However, these monsters were only in the form of souls and were not as powerful as the ones he saw in the demon-subduing pagoda. Seeing you flesh-winged horned monsters is annoying. Mu Yu coldly snorted. The blue 8 trigrams formation under his feet lit up, and the deafening thunder snake phantom formation swept out again. Countless lightning snakes crackled as they enveloped the monsters in the bone tower. There were thousands of flesh-winged horned monsters and countless tortured souls in the bone tower. When these flesh-winged horned monsters encountered the lightning, they were directly torn apart by the lightning serpents and turned into ashes. Strange, these aren't pure flesh-winged horned monsters. Mu Yu felt more and more surprised. He was no stranger to these monsters. After all, his killing power came from the monsters in the demon-subduing pagoda. The flesh-winged horned monsters were very powerful, but the ones here were more like soul puppets. They couldn't be compared to the ones he encountered in the past. Lowly ant of the human race, just you wait. I'll definitely tear you into pieces and make you beg for death. I say, are you an idiot or what? Cursing back and forth with only a few words. Is your education level so low? You even repeat yourself when you're cursing. If you don't learn how to speak properly, you'll be despised even when you're cursing. Mu Yu withdrew the lightning formation. He had already dealt with all the flesh-winged horned monsters on the 18th floor. All that was left were the tortured souls. His lightning formation didn't hurt these tortured souls. You ant, how dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death. Gui Zhu felt the anger in his chest was about to reach his eyebrows. Mu Yu was too lazy to waste his breath on this fellow. However, he was able to pick up some clues from this old devil's curses. This was because this old devil was always talking about the lowly ants of the human race. He used a self-righteous tone, and his tone was mixed with an inexplicable sense of superiority and contempt. If this old devil called humans lowly like this, did it mean that he wasn't a human? Chapter 1016. If this old devil wasn't a human, then what was he? Mu Yu's first thought was that this old devil was a certain flesh-winged horned monster that had been imprisoned. So far, the relationship between the people of the Gate of Hell and the flesh-winged horned monster was very close. Not to mention why the people of the Gate of Hell had gone to rescue Akatsuki in the Moryun mountain range, the people of the Gate of Hell had also rushed to use the Moon God Stone to rescue the flesh-winged horned monster in another way. At this time, this old devil was always humbling like an ant, so it was most likely a Darching stage flesh-winged horned monster, but for some reason, it couldn't come out to find trouble with Mu Yu. Since the old devil couldn't be touched, it seemed that Mu Yu had to crush this old devil's ambition to escape. Originally, from the outside, the bone tower was circular with a diameter of about 500 meters, but after Mu Yu entered the 18th layer of hell, he found that the space inside was much larger than what he had seen. There were countless tortured souls in the 18th layer of hell, and there were no less than 1 million of them. It really made people speechless. If there were 1 million souls in one layer, Then there were at least 10 million souls in the 18th layer. Where did so many souls come from? He was puzzled in his heart, so he walked towards the soul closest to him. This soul had the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He was very young, and he was currently chained up in mid-air by black iron chains. Below him, a strange green will-o'-the-wisp was burning him. Incomparably miserable screams came from his mouth. That scream made Muyu feel pity. He waved his hand, and a sharp sword chi swept out and poured into the ghost fire. The ghost fire was destroyed by Muyu's endless sword chi without any room to resist. Thank you, I beg you, let me turn into ashes, let my soul scatter, I don't want to be tortured anymore, I really don't want to be tortured anymore. The young man lowered his head and said with a pleading look in his eyes. How long have you been tortured here? Muyu asked. 325 years and 93 days. The young man said in despair. 300 years. How can you remember it so clearly here? Muyu asked in surprise. Because those terrifying fellows you just killed would remind me once every day, making me remember them even more clearly, making me feel even more despair and pain. They used a special method to imprison us and prevent our souls from dissipating. In recent months, countless souls have been sent here to become one of us. The youth's eyes dimmed, and when he thought of these things, he was filled with fear. What a disgusting place. What are they trying to do by capturing souls and torturing them for so long? Muyu was also furious. In the past few months, countless souls had been sent here. If Muyu guessed correctly, these souls must have died when the 8 gates led the self-cultivators to fight against human. They were collected and sent here by the people of the gate of hell. Please, I beg you, save us. Please kill me, let my soul dissipate. The young man begged in despair. Muyu couldn't bear to see him like this. His sword chi trembled once more and chopped at the black iron chain. He didn't know what material the black iron chain was made of, but it was very hard and actually couldn't be cut. Yu's Mu Ling Gomang's voice suddenly rang out in Muyu's mind. I haven't heard you speak in a long time. Muyu replied in surprise. Ever since he rescued Tian Ran and left the Moyun mountain range, Gomang had been silent and hadn't spoken to Muyu. I just feel that this place is a little familiar, Gomang replied simply. Familiar? Have you been here before? Muyu was surprised. I've never been to a place like this. I don't even know that there's a place like this in the third heaven, but there's a familiar aura somewhere here. It's very strange. In short, you have to save all the souls first, Gomang said. I couldn't tell that you have a little bit of kindness and want to save people. Muyu said in surprise. Mu Ling had already appeared in his hand. Mu Ling turned into a tree and covered the iron chain, but the iron chain still didn't move. He frowned. The life and death of these souls has nothing to do with me. I don't have a good impression of you humans. However, this so-called Gui Zhu is using the source of pain to recover his vitality. You have to save these souls and let them be free from the pain. Only then can you stop this guy from recovering, Gomang said. The source of pain? I seem to have heard my master mention this before. Muyu vaguely remembered that his master had told them that there were many powers in this world that could be controlled. Not only could they control spiritual power, but they could also use the power of emotions, the power of balance, and the power of pain and happiness. However, Feng Haochen didn't go into too much detail. However, the mysterious underworld in Qiao Shui's body used the power of emotions to control others, infinitely magnifying their emotions and causing them to collapse. There was also the phantom Qing Yu that Muyu had encountered in the second heaven. That phantom used the power of dreams and memories to subvert Muyu's worldview. These powers were quite powerful. The source of pain is a very vicious technique. It relies on torturing life to extract power from pain. The more pain someone is in, the more power it will extract. This technique isn't something that can be controlled by the 3 races in the third heaven. It comes from a foreign race outside the third heaven, Gomang said. I think so too. Muyu nodded slightly, not surprised by this. He then said, Mu Ling is ineffective against the iron chain. Give me control of your arm, Gomang said indifferently. Mu Yu reluctantly gave up his right arm. He didn't like his body being controlled by others. However, because Gomang had saved Tian Ran, Mu Yu had accepted Gomang's existence and reluctantly trusted him. Gomang grabbed Mu Ling. The originally black and white Mu Ling suddenly pulled out branches full of vitality and covered the iron chain. When the iron chain met the branches, it was like a mouse meeting a cat, quickly retreating. Then, with a crash, the iron chain broke and fell to the ground. Hey! How did you make Mu Ling rejuvenate? Mu Yu asked in surprise. Ever since Mu Ling absorbed the death aura, the plants that Mu Ling transformed into lacked vitality. They were no longer as thriving as before, without any vitality mixed in them. However, under Gomang's control, Mu Ling could be easily rejuvenated. This made Mu Yu very surprised. Before your cultivation reached the crossing calamity stage, you couldn't completely control the killing power, so you couldn't control it. Now that you have the strength of the crossing calamity stage, you don't have to rely on it anymore. But in fact, if you can understand it properly, you will understand that it is not such a simple treasure, Gomang said. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. In the end, he still rejected Mu Ling in his heart because the killing power came from it. However, Mu Yu also understood that Mu Ling was a very spiritual thing. It had always wanted Mu Yu to accept its existence. Then what should I do? Mu Yu felt that he really didn't understand this treasure that had saved him countless times. Accept it, and it will be completely under your control. Gomang returned control of the arm to Mu Yu. Mu Yu held Mu Ling's sword. Now that he had reached the crossing calamity stage with his own strength, he no longer needed to rely on the killing power. He could truly be himself and not be affected by the killing power. A magic treasure didn't depend on whether it was righteous or evil. Instead, it should be used to do what you think is right. Justice and evil were always opposite. When a holy thing was used in an evil place, the holy thing would be evil. When an evil thing was used in a righteous place, the evil thing would be righteous. Mu Yu took a deep breath and then held Mu Ling again. The aura on Mu Ling's body was very strange, but when Mu Yu tried to communicate with it, he was surprised to find that the aura of life and death in Mu Ling was also in a state of balance. Wrapped in these auras of life and death, Mu Ling still had its own exuberant aura. So that's how it is. Mu Yu's mind moved, and Mu Ling's hidden life force also glowed again. The plant it transformed into was no longer black and white, but full of killing aura. However, if Mu Yu wanted to deliberately let Mu Ling glow with killing aura, he could do it. He could even make Mu Ling half slaughter and half life. It was very strange. Mu Ling absorbed the aura of life and death. Although it has mutated, its essence hasn't changed. It was originally something that coexisted with killing and life. It's just that I sealed the killing power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been tattered in the first place, Gomang said. So you're saying that it became riddled with holes because its slaughter power was sucked away? Mu Yu asked. When the old tree leader gave Mu Ling to him, he had said that if he wanted to fill the holes in Mu Ling's sword, he had to kill people. So that was the reason. But in fact, Mu Ling was riddled with holes because Gomang had stripped away the original killing power. Gomang didn't want to say anything more on this issue. Instead, he said, "This place is very strange. Hurry up and save those imprisoned souls. Don't let them feel pain and despair, and then destroy this so-called 18 layers of hell." I understand. Mu Yu glanced at the countless souls that were still being tortured. Then, Mu Ling's sword transformed into countless branches full of vitality that swept towards all the souls, destroying the torture tools that were torturing the souls. It took about 15 minutes to save all the souls. Thank you, sir. Please let us turn into ashes. We really don't want to be tortured anymore. All the souls surrounded Mu Yu as if they had been pardoned, begging Mu Yu to kill them. Mu Yu was a little helpless. My intention to save you was not to kill you, Gomang snorted. I think you should do as they ask. Use Mu Ling to devour all of them. If so many souls leave, they will only become lonely souls and drift to the land of reincarnation. The threefold palace guards the souls and won't let them enter reincarnation easily. The bone tower has soul power and can still imprison so many souls. This means that the threefold palace is helping this gooey zoo escape. When the time comes, he will be captured again. Wait, I understand. Gomang suddenly exclaimed halfway through his words. His voice was filled with shock. Chapter 10:17. Gomang's sudden exclamation made Muyu feel very strange. Gomang rarely spoke to him, and he wouldn't have such a strange reaction for no reason. What did you think of? Muyu asked. Gomang didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, find something. I don't know what it is exactly, but I know that it can maintain the consciousness of these souls. It should be in the 18 levels of hell. It can gather all these souls and protect them. You don't want to protect these souls anymore? Muyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand why Gomang suddenly changed his mind. Isn't this what you want to save? Gomang said indifferently. Muyu didn't refute. He knew that there had to be a reason for Gomang's sudden change in attitude. Muyu asked the souls surrounding him, I'll think of a way to bring you out of this place, but you have to tell me the situation here. Do you know what can keep your consciousness awake in the 18 levels of hell? Countless souls were overjoyed when they heard that they could leave this place. They began to scramble to speak. Yes, they use strange water to water our souls and keep our souls awake. Yes, it's that thing. After those monsters torture our souls, they are responsible for using that thing to restore our souls. That's right. That thing is too terrifying. The black water that waters us every day comes from it. These tortured souls seemed to be very afraid of the thing mentioned, but they couldn't explain it clearly at once. They couldn't even tell what it was, but these souls could sense the existence of that thing. Under the guidance of the souls, Muyu walked to the center of the 18th level of hell. In the center was the ferocious bloody mouth used to collect the source of pain. At this moment, there were still quite a few sparse wisps of ghostly fire spewing out. The aura of the thing that the souls mentioned came from this bloody mouth. The gate of hell's things are evil. Muyu observed the bloody mouth at a close distance this time. The ghostly fire that spewed out just now became solid after being stimulated by the screams of the souls. Then, it turned into liquid and flowed into the mouth of this ferocious face. He also saw a strange pool around this ferocious face. This pool was also made of bones, and black weak water flowed in it. The flesh-winged horned monsters used this weak water to gradually restore the tortured souls. No, this weak water is different from the weak water outside. Muyu used the wood spirit to gently dip into the weak water. In addition to the cold aura of the weak water here, it also seemed to be contaminated with something strange. It even felt a little familiar. Then, a light flashed in Muyu's mind. He suddenly understood where this familiar feeling came from. How? This is the aura of soul return. Muyu was shocked. He had come into contact with soul return more than once. In the withered tree valley, and when he returned to the past, he had seen soul return. This weak water was mixed with the aura of soul return. But how could soul return appear in this place? It's strange. Have the people of the gate of hell found soul return again? Muyu felt a little uneasy. Did this mean that something had happened to immortal Nilei? But on second thought, it didn't seem to be logical in terms of time. Because the soul of the boy just now said that he had been tortured for more than 300 years, and he had maintained a clear consciousness for more than 300 years. That was to say, soul return existed in this place at least 300 years ago. On the other hand, the people of Gowl's Gate lost the soul conversion technique more than 30 years ago. This matter was irrefutable. If the soul conversion technique was lost, it meant that it was impossible for it to appear here. Do you know what soul return is? Muyu asked Gomang in his mind. I only know that its power is not weaker than the Kaishu cauldron and the array hall that you control. It's about the same level, Gomang replied. Huh? Are you sure? Muyu didn't expect Gomang to give such a high evaluation. The power of soul return was not weaker than the array hall and the Kaishu cauldron. The array hall and the Kaishu cauldron were very powerful, which could be seen from their power that could resist the three-layered palace. Could the strange stick of soul return be compared with the array hall and the Kaishu cauldron? Although Moo Yu had never felt how powerful soul return was, Deadwood Daddy had risked his life to take it from the people of the Gate of Hell. He had even found a way to seal it. It seemed that Deadwood Daddy had known about it for a long time. It can't be wrong. Anyway, see if you can find this thing first. If I'm not wrong, soul return should be in pairs, or it should be broken. Deadwood only took half of soul return, Gomang replied. This matter was getting more and more confusing. Moo Yu now only knew that soul return could repair the soul. Presumably, the soul that had been tortured in the 18 layers of hell could ensure the integrity of the soul because of soul return. So, as long as I find the soul return here, I can also restore my father's soul? Moo Yu's heart became hot. He had always thought that soul return was in the hands of immortal Ni Lei, but he still didn't know where immortal Ni Lei was. If he could find the other half of soul return here, then he wouldn't need to worry about immortal Ni Lei's whereabouts. He began to walk around the weak pool that had been contaminated by soul return. He found that there was nothing strange about it except for some ferocious patterns. However, the weak water in the weak pool also flowed out of the ferocious mouth, which looked particularly strange. Moo Yu carefully integrated the vibrant branches that Mu Ling had transformed into the bloody mouth. They grew down the bloody mouth to explore where it led. The branches that Mu Ling had transformed into were not afraid of the gloomy aura coming from inside. They spread out smoothly. The bloody mouth was more like a winding and spiraling pipe. In the pipe, the weak water seemed to be free of the shackles of gravity. Some of the weak water flowed up from below, and some flowed down from above. The weak water seemed to know consciously where it should flow. Mu Ling quickly found an exit along the dark pipe, and then a message was conveyed back. Mu Ling led to the 17th layer of hell. It turns out that the things in every layer of hell here are interconnected. Mu Yu thought for a moment and said to the souls, "You all wait for me here. Don't run out from above. If you run out, you may not be able to cross the weak water. You will be bound in the weak water." "What about you, my lord?" a middle-aged soul asked quickly. "Me. I'm going to hell," Mu Yu replied. Then he found that this statement was a bit strange. It was as if he was saying, "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" Then he intended to say it more bluntly. "I'm going to save hell." He did not explain too much and directly disappeared into Mu Ling. When he appeared in the 17th layer of hell, there were countless miserable screams coming from all directions. The souls here were still suffering inhumane torture. At this time, Gui Zhu's annoying voice sounded again. "Lowly ant, how dare you ruin my good thing? Just you wait, I will tear you into pieces. Why are you talking again? Weren't you mute just now?" Mu Yu said impatiently. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here now. I can still leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I will make sure you never reincarnate." Mu Yu did not want to waste any more words with this old devil. If it had a way to kill Mu Yu, it would not have waited until now. Without hesitation, Mu Ling instantly expanded and turned into thousands of branches. All the guarding souls of the flesh-winged horned monsters were all crushed, and the remaining souls were rescued. "Lowly human, stop!" Gui Zhu was furious, but he disappeared before he could finish his sentence because all the trapped souls had stopped screaming in pain. It was as if Gui Zhu could not speak after the screams stopped. "I understand now. No wonder I always felt that your voice was terrible. It turns out that your voice is a mixture of the screams of these souls. If the souls stop screaming, you can't speak." Mu Yu's face was full of disdain. This was the first time he had met such a strange guy. Every level of hell held all kinds of souls. These souls were not only of the human race, but also of the human demon race and the Yarrow race. There were even Yarrow beasts. Therefore, no one was surprised that Mu Yu could control the trees. Instead, they were grateful to her. Mu Yu went through layers of hell. Every time he went to a layer of hell, he would be threatened by Gui Zhu, who was hiding somewhere. Then, he would rescue all the souls in hell and torture them. After that, Gui Zhu would shut up. Then, he explained to all the souls that he had come here to prepare to go to hell, and that they should not go out and wait for his good news. He explained it a total of 18 times. He felt that he was a really patient young man to be able to explain the same thing 18 times. A patient young man like me should be cherished, Mu Yu affirmed himself. Mu Yu had to do this because this old devil's power was obtained by torturing souls. Therefore, before he went to find trouble with the old devil, he had to first weaken the source of his power so that the souls would not suffer anymore. Many souls had been trapped here for hundreds of years. Mu Yu inadvertently asked about the longest trapped soul, which was 500 years ago. So you're saying that this place has existed since 500 years ago? Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. He felt pity for those souls that had been trapped for hundreds of years. Anyone would not be able to endure being tortured in a place for hundreds of years. Hurry up, it should be right. It's just below, Gomang said. At this moment, they had already arrived at the first layer of hell, which was also the lowest layer of hell. Rescuing tens of millions of souls was not an easy task. If Mu Yu did not have something as powerful as Mu Ling, who knew how long it would take him to rescue them one by one. Just what is down there? Chapter 10:18. Mu Yu disappeared into Mu Ling again and quickly went down. This time, the pipe was straight, but the distance was very long. The weak water wrapped around Mu Ling, hindering Mu Ling's progress, but it did not affect him much. After diving for about a quarter of an hour, Mu Yu estimated that he should have dived no less than 10,000 meters. He did not expect that this old devil was still in such a deep place. It was really strange. Then the pipe became open. Mu Yu felt that Mu Ling seemed to have dived into a huge pool, surrounded by black weak water. He soon found an exit, and then he saw an incredible scene. Mu Yu felt as if he had come to a starry sky. In the distance, there were specks of brilliance and flowing lights, but there were strange stones floating around. The stones floated aimlessly and occasionally collided with each other, but there was no sound. They just separated and continued to float. How can this be? This is also the crack of the world. Mu Yu was surprised. Just like the crack in the Moyun mountain range's mass burial valley, the golden brilliance was not stars, but inscriptions. The inscriptions used to protect the crack of the third heaven. Yes, it's here, Gomang said. Mu Yu looked around the place where he had just come out. He found that there was a round bubble, about a few dozen meters in diameter, completely composed of black weak water. Above the bubble formed a black pipe, as if it was formed by the solidified weak water, straight into the ground above. That was the place where Mu Yu had come out. In addition, a thick black chain extended from the bubble. The chain emitted a strong light, as if it was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The black chain extended all the way to an altar at the other end. This altar was exactly the same as the one Mu Yu had seen in the cast cave. The only difference was that there was a red pillar as thick as an arm on the altar, about 2 meters long. It seemed to be made of blood, and the blood seemed to have solidified. Even from far away, he could clearly feel the strong smell of blood and the strong murderous aura coming from the red pillar. This murderous aura was thousands of times stronger than Mu Yu's. It's really the soul returning to the heart, Mu Yu exclaimed. He stepped on the floating stones and approached the altar. He carefully looked at the red pillar. This kind of violent aura was definitely the soul returning to the heart. The other end of the black chain extended from the bubble formed by the weak water and was tied to the soul returning to the heart. The altar was shrouded in a dense ghostly aura. The ghostly aura was faintly discernible, as if it was breathing. It disappeared in the altar for a while, and then appeared again to wrap around the altar. The top of the soul returning to the heart emitted a demonic blood-red light towards the inscriptions not far away. It was injected into the inscriptions, as if it was wearing down the inscriptions. The aura of these inscriptions and the method of setting up the array came from Master. Mu Yu only needed a moment to recognize the person who set up the array to guard the crack. Even though Feng Haochen's array skills were far above Mu Yu's, Mu Yu at least had the ability to analyze his master's array skills. Outside the array, there were golden array patterns. This golden array pattern formed a cage, and inside the cage was a mass of shadow. Mu Yu couldn't see the true face of this mass of shadow, but he knew what array was used to form this cage. So close, yet worlds apart. This so close, yet worlds apart array was very powerful. It was several hundred times stronger than the one Mu Yu saw in Daoist Xian Jiz's demon subduing pagoda. The so close, yet worlds apart array that Mu Yu usually used against his enemies was like a drop in the ocean here. What kind of monster is Master using so close, yet worlds apart to imprison here? Mu Yu was amazed. He didn't expect his master to have come to this place before. At this moment, the soul returning to the heart emitted a demonic blood-red light that corroded the so close, yet worlds apart array. It seemed to intend to release the monster inside. The mass of shadow seemed to have sensed that someone had come here. It quickly began to rotate violently. The shadow formed the face of a monster with fleshy wings and horns. It opened its mouth and stared at Feng Haochen as it roared furiously. "Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Speak louder." Mu Yu spread his hands and looked at the mass of fog in disgust. Then he understood. The so close, yet worlds apart array made a short distance infinitely larger. It used so close, yet worlds apart to create a cage array. The guy inside couldn't speak out. And the mass of shadow just now probably used the power of the soul returning to the heart to control the screams of the souls in the 18 layers of hell to make it speak. Unfortunately, the souls in the 18 layers of hell had been released. This guy couldn't speak anymore. Mu Yu walked to the side of the array cage. He suddenly thought of something. Because when he met Akatsuki in the Moryun mountain range's mass burial valley, she seemed to have escaped from the seal below. Could it be that Akatsuki was also imprisoned by so close, yet worlds apart and only broke free from the seal by relying on the corpse energy accumulated over the years in the mass burial valley? "Hey, what do you think?" Mu Yu asked. "My name is not Hey, I have a name." Gomong said lightly. "Well, Gomong, what do you think?" Mu Yu always felt very strange. The people in the gate of hell used the soul returning to the heart to erode here for so long, but they still couldn't break the so close, yet worlds apart array. Then how did Akatsuki break free at the bottom of the mass burial valley? Gomong pondered for a moment and said, "This guy and Akatsuki, who I met in the mass burial valley, are not ordinary Yu clan people. They belong to the leadership level of the Yu clan. Then the last time I met Akatsuki, she was only at the spirit severing stage. That's because breaking free from the seal consumed too much of her energy. Her true strength is far above the spirit severing stage. She is at the Dacheng stage. And this guy locked here is more powerful than Akatsuki. You are just lucky." Gomong snorted softly. Mu Yu didn't refute anything. Luck was also a part of strength. Rather than saying that Mu Yu was lucky, it was better to say that Akatsuki was unlucky. But how did Akatsuki break free from the seal? Mu Yu still didn't quite understand. With the help of the people in the gate of hell, this old devil couldn't break free from the seal. How could Akatsuki break free without any help? Mu Yu wasn't very clear about where Akatsuki was now. He only knew that Akatsuki was a monster that died when it saw the light. The sunlight of the third layer of heaven was enough to kill it, but the White Ape Demon King said that Akatsuki was not so easy to kill. In short, things seemed to be quite complicated. At present, there was too little understanding of the Yu clan, and several Demon Kings always refused to make things clear. Mu Yu didn't want to get to the bottom of this kind of thing. What he wanted to do most at present was to destroy the plan of the people in the gate of hell and completely cut off the monster's plan to break free from the seal. As for what would happen in the future, he would talk about it in the future. There were a lot of troubles in front of him. Why would he think so much? Mu Yu approached the formation cage and found that the formation pattern at this time had been almost corroded by the power of soul returning to the heart. At this rate of corrosion, the formation pattern would be completely broken in a month or two at most. At that time, the monster would also run out. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to come out. Mu Yu naturally hated this kind of monster. Although he didn't know why his master wanted to lock this thing up, since his master didn't want it to come out, naturally he had his reasons. The formation here used the power of nature, and so did so close, yet worlds apart's formation. So he had to first cut off the power of soul returning to the heart before repairing the formation. Yu returned his attention to the soul returning to the heart on the altar. He wasn't a reckless person. Last time, when Deadwood Daddy's cultivation was fighting for soul returning to the heart, he was injured by it. Yu wasn't arrogant enough to think that he had the ability to resist soul returning to the heart. He approached the altar and carefully examined the ghost aura around the altar. The ghost aura disappeared and then reappeared because it was affected by soul returning to the heart. At this time, soul returning to the heart seemed to have a life of its own, breathing in and out. Do you have any good suggestions? Yu didn't know how to start. The last time he saw soul returning to the heart, Deadwood Daddy had already sealed it, so Yu didn't see this phenomenon. No, I don't understand this thing very well, Gomang said. Yu was a little disappointed, but after thinking for a moment, a ball of green spirit energy appeared in his hand. It seems that I can only rely on this move to travel the world. Ever since he discovered that he could separate the black and white spirit energy, he felt that things had become a lot easier. It was as if he could eat the world with a single move. The green spirit energy was gradually separated, turning into a stalemate of black and white spirit energy. He carefully brought the black and white spirit energy close to the red light emitted by soul returning to the heart. After the red light encountered the spirit energy, it was swallowed up without any accident. Yu didn't plan on swallowing soul returning to the heart. He only wanted to cut off the connection between soul returning to the heart and so close, yet worlds apart. At the very least, he couldn't let the demonic red light continue to corrode so close, yet worlds apart. Buzz. Soul returning to the heart trembled slightly. Then, the red light was cut off from so close, yet worlds apart and gradually retracted. It was as if it had lost its target, but its powerful energy was still violently fluctuating. Do you think it's possible for me to devour soul converge as well? Yu pondered. What? You don't want to use soul returning to the heart to save your father? Gomang asked. I plan to destroy it after I'm done with it, Yu said. Then let me tell you. Soul returning to the heart cannot be swallowed. This thing is the same as Mu Ling. They are both very ancient and powerful things. Whether it's Mu Ling, the ruins opening cauldron, or the array hall, they can't be destroyed. Gomang's words extinguished Yu's plan. Mu Ling was indeed powerful. Back then, it hadn't been destroyed by the terrifying spatial barrier. It had only mutated a little when surrounded by the underworld grass life and death aura, but it hadn't been swallowed. Yu was a little helpless. If it didn't work, he could only think of a way to take this thing away and find a chance to seal it. However, at this moment, a furious voice came from afar. Stop. Chapter 10:19. Yu was shocked. Ever since he came here, he had not seen anything else, so this sudden sound gave him a fright. He immediately turned around to avoid the attack. Then he turned around and saw that it was actually Akatsuki. You flesh-winged monster, you're really not dead. Yu looked at Red Moon standing on the altar with disgust. Red Moon was a monster that had been burned to death by the sun in Mass Burial Valley. The horn on its chest was still broken. Yu recognized it at a glance. At this time, Akatsuki looked very strange. It was like an illusion, as if it was bound to the altar. It seemed to have rushed out from the soul returning to the heart. So it's you, a lowly ant. How dare you come here to make trouble? I want you to die. Akatsuki directly jumped up high and pounced on Yu. The sudden powerful aura showed that Akatsuki's cultivation had reached the crossing calamity stage. It was even more powerful than when Yu first saw it. Obviously, after Akatsuki was killed by the son of the third layer of heaven, it was brought to this strange place by the people of the Gate of Hell. Its cultivation had recovered a lot. Yu's shadow sword flashed with a green light, and the formation runes surged, blocking Akatsuki. At the same time, a cold light flashed and penetrated Akatsuki's left arm. How is this possible? Aren't you an ant in the severed soul stage? How did you reach the crossing calamity stage? Akatsuki was shocked. It roared and jumped back, pulling away from Yu. Severed soul stage? Do you think that if you become strong, Everyone will stay in the same place. Mu Yu snorted in disgust and moved forward again. The shadow sword in his hand approached step by step. He waved it again and cut off one of Akatsuki's arms. Mu Yu's cultivation was still far above Akatsuki's, but Akatsuki had already returned to the altar. It roared and suddenly grabbed its chopped-off arm. Then it grabbed the soul returning to the heart with one hand. The soul returning to the heart flashed with a demonic red light and put its arm back. Akatsuki's face showed a ruthless look. It shouted, "Boy, I'm still afraid of you outside, but here, I have the soul returning to the heart. You are no match for me. You are courting death. Don't blame me." The soul returning to the heart emitted a strange red light. In an instant, Mu Yu felt that his soul was about to break free from his body. All kinds of strange illusions appeared in his mind. It was as if he suddenly had an impulse to do anything for the soul returning to the heart. But Mu Yu didn't fall into the illusion. He knew what he had to do. "Haha. You lowly ants, in front of the soul returning to the heart, all of you will become slave." Akatsuki rushed towards Mu Yu with the soul returning to the heart. At this time, Mu Yu was still trying to get rid of the illusion. The soul returning to the heart was very powerful. He needed some time to get rid of it. Akatsuki was already rushing towards Mu Yu. At this critical moment, the primal yin and yang suddenly shook. It was as if a stream of clear water flowed through Mu Yu's mind. It immediately drove all the illusions out of Mu Yu's mind. Mu Yu slightly frowned. This soul returning to the heart was indeed strange. However, he didn't expect that the primal yin and yang could actually resist the soul returning to the heart. This was something that Mu Yu didn't expect. Mu Yu unsheathed the shadow sword in his hand again. He slashed out and met Akatsuki head-on. The shadow sword and the soul returning to the heart collided with each other. A soft sound was heard. A huge wave spread out with a loud bang. It directly shook the altar to the side. A powerful aura swept over the array, causing ripples to appear. "How did you get rid of the control of the soul returning to the heart?" "Impossible. It's impossible for a group of lowly ants like you to do this." Akatsuki was shocked and furious. The soul returning to the heart once again rippled with a red wave and shot towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu's heart trembled. He didn't dare to take this red light head-on. The soul returning to the heart gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was far beyond his imagination. Swish. Mu Yu quickly retreated. However, the soul returning to the heart still grazed the corner of his clothes. What made his heart palpitate was that when the corner of his clothes was grazed by the red light of the soul returning to the heart, that corner of his clothes seemed to have been bestowed with a soul. The corner of his clothes seemed to have come alive and wanted to stab Mu Yu. At the same time, the soul on the corner of his clothes began to spread. Mu Yu's clothes seemed to have turned into a monster with a soul. What the hell? Mu Yu's sword light streaked across. Taking advantage of the moment when the soul on the corner of his clothes was spreading, he cut off his clothes and retreated once again. The cut-off corner of his clothes fluttered in the air and flickered with a red light. It was as if it had a soul. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it stared at Mu Yu covetously. "Humph. Lowly ant, you'd better surrender without putting up a fight." Akatsuki laughed savagely. The soul returning to the heart in her hand once again slashed towards Mu Yu. The Big Dipper constellation array flashed under Mu Yu's feet as he teleported out. The red light struck the altar that was sent flying just now. Then, the altar seemed to have come alive as it emitted a demonic light and floated in the air. Soul returning to the heart. I can bestow a soul to anything. Everything will listen to my command. You'd better surrender without putting up a fight. Akatsuki waved her hand and the altar smashed towards Mu Yu. The altar was made of an unknown material. It was extremely strange. It was fine even after receiving such a blow. At this moment, it left behind a series of explosions in the air. It was like a heavy mountain that was extremely heavy. Golden formation patterns lit up in front of Mu Yu. The so close, yet so far formation was cast and intercepted the altar. However, the red light on the altar suddenly rushed towards Mu Yu's formation patterns. The golden so close, yet so far was dyed a demonic red in an instant. Then, the so close, yet so far actually surrounded Muyu. This soul returning to the heart is so strange. Muyu was shocked. His figure disappeared again. However, the so close, yet so far in the air had already escaped his control and became something with a soul in Akatsuki's hand. Haha. You didn't think that your array technique would one day be used on yourself, did you? Akatsuki looked at Muyu with a sinister smile. She waved the soul transference in her hand again, and the altar, the imminent skyline formation, and the corner of her clothes all surrounded Muyu. It was Muyu's first time seeing a magic weapon that could take over an opponent's spell. What was the origin of soul return? How could it be so strange? So close, yet worlds apart seemed to be very familiar with Muyu's Big Dipper constellation formation. When Muyu was about to reveal himself, so close, yet worlds apart had already surrounded Muyu. As long as they could surround Muyu, they would be able to trap Muyu like the old monster there. How frustrating. Muyu was having a headache from being entangled by his own spell technique. He slashed out with the shadow clone sword, and the biting cold sword chi once again slashed out. It turned into a green sword light and flew towards Akatsuki. However, Akatsuki used soul returning to the heart to block the sword light. The demonic red light once again merged into the sword light, turning the green sword light red. The sword light seemed to have its own consciousness in an instant. It broke free from Muyu's control and rushed towards Muyu instead. What the hell? Muyu wanted to curse. How could this soul returning to the heart to transfer the sword light's soul? How could there be a match for soul returning to the heart? No matter how the opponent attacked, they would be directly controlled by soul returning to the heart. The sword light and array technique would not be able to escape. At this moment, the red sword light was slashing towards Muyu. This sword light was from Muyu's hand. Muyu was fighting with another him. He was unable to dodge and could only raise the shadow clone sword to meet the sword light. Swish. The red sword light was deflected by the shadow clone sword, and Muyu retreated once again. Fortunately, the shadow clone sword is on our side. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Muyu's brows were tightly knitted. At least his master's sky sword would not be transferred to the soul returning to the heart. This was the only thing worth rejoicing over. Many thoughts flashed through Muyu's mind. He knew that this soul returning to the heart must have some weakness. Otherwise, if this thing was used in the cultivation world, it would transfer the soul of everything in the cultivation world. How could they resist it? The Gate of Hell's people still kept such a powerful magic treasure underground. It would be unreasonable if they did not use it to conquer the third heaven. He turned his gaze to the nature array set up by his master. His master's array techniques had reached a superb level. This array technique was very advanced. If the soul returning to the heart did not transfer the soul, it meant that the effect of the soul returning to the heart depended on the target. If it was beyond the range of its power, the soul returning to the heart would not be successful. But what exactly was the weakness? Those magic treasures that had been transferred to the soul returning to the heart had already surrounded Muyu. However, at this moment, there was a crash. The corner of Muyu's clothes that had been transferred to the soul returning to the heart first suddenly shattered in mid-flight, turning into ashes and dissipating. So the weakness is the time it takes for the soul returning to the heart. Muyu nodded thoughtfully. Then, the shadow clone sword went forward again. His shadow clone sword did not dare to emit any sword light, for fear of being transferred to the soul returning to the heart. However, the near, yet worlds apart array technique blocked the soul returning to the front. The feeling of not being able to pierce the altar when it was clearly about to hit it appeared on Muyu. Muyu felt a headache coming on. Usually, he used this array technique to make his enemies feel powerless. He did not expect that he would be taught a lesson by his own array technique today. His shadow clone sword was blocked by the near, yet worlds apart array, but the near, yet worlds apart array could not block the altar and the sword light. The two attacked Muyu in a pincer attack. Muyu could only withdraw his shadow clone sword. Mu Ling's sword immediately turned into a towering tree and faced the altar and the sword light. With a boom, the Mu Ling sword shook Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu disappeared into the Mu Ling sword and appeared in another place. Fortunately, the Mu Ling sword would not be transferred to the soul returning to the heart. However, at this moment, a Huala sound was heard again. The sword light and the near, yet worlds apart array also turned into red smoke and disappeared. These things did not exist for long after the soul returning. It was as if they had exhausted their power and would disappear very quickly. This was the flaw of the soul returning to the heart. But this altar is really powerful. Mu Yu looked at the altar. The altar was used to store the soul returning to the heart. It did not have the same flaw as the sword light and array technique. Akatsuki sneered, "Do you think the soul returning to the heart only has this little ability? Let me tell you, you will die today." The red light of the soul returning to the heart swept out from all directions. The floating stones in the air, the huge iron chains and the bubbles formed by the weak water were all turned into a demonic red color. Shua. All the stones seemed to have a life of their own. The weak water formed a huge malevolent face and the red iron chains rattled. Then the weak water changed again. A body and 4 limbs appeared. It turned into a 10-meter tall water monster. The red iron chains rattled. Chapter 10:20. Whether it was the altar or the chains, because they were all affected by the soul returning to the heart all year round, there would not be a situation of collapse. At this time, these things began to combine under the influence of the soul returning to the heart, turning into a monster with a soul. This monster formed by the weak water looked very powerful, rolling with a monstrous aura, pressing down on Mu Yu. Mu Yu tapped the Heavenly Dipper constellation formation under his feet, and could only quickly move away. At this time, he did not dare to use the sword light and the formation. The soul returning to the heart was too strange. It could transfer the soul of any technique or magic weapon. If it were not for Mu Yu's shadow sword and Mu Ling having their own spirituality, Mu Yu would not even have the strength to fight back. But now the situation was not optimistic, because he had lost the sword light and the formation. He could not exert his full strength by relying on the shadow sword, and Mu Ling suddenly sprouted thousands of branches and leaves, blocking the weak water monster. Fortunately, after Mu Ling understood the Mu Ling, the branches that the magic weapon transformed into were no longer so fragile, and would not be easily broken, so Mu Yu was able to hold on for a while. Akatsuki also surrounded from the other direction. It held the soul returning to the heart, and the red light swept over, incomparably strange. Mu Yu could only avoid the sharp edge and did not dare to meet it head-on. Damn it! I didn't expect it to be so tricky. Mu Yu thought that he would not encounter any trouble on this trip. Even if there was, he could easily solve it, but he did not expect to encounter such a troublesome character like the soul returning to the heart. The iron chains in the hands of the weak water monsters covered the sky and the earth. The clanging sound was deafening. It was as if the chains had their own eyes. They could always easily repel the wood spirits and move towards Mu Yu's body. Boom! The iron chain swept across the Mu Ling. A strong vibration came from the Mu Ling. Mu Yu had to endure this strong vibration while maintaining the Mu Ling. The blood and qi in his body were also surging. This battle was very frustrating. Originally, his strength was not weaker than the current Akatsuki, but because of soul conversion, his hands and feet were tied. Looks like I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Mu Yu's mind raced. The soul assimilation spell had always been placed here, so there should be some restrictions. As long as he left this place and returned to the surface, he might have a way to deal with something as troublesome as the soul assimilation spell. Mu Yu looked up. When he came down, he drilled down along the pipe formed by the weak water. The weak water penetrated through the black rock, so if Mu Yu wanted to go up, he had to rely on Mu Ling to drill into the rock. Mu Yu immediately rushed up without hesitation. At the same time, Mu Ling also quickly entangled with the weak water monster, blocking and retreating. Humph! Want to escape? Not a chance. Akatsuki had already seen through Mu Yu's intentions. He also understood that Muyu wanted to leave this place, but he would not let Muyu escape. The demonic red light in his hand poured out again, forming a thin film. It surged onto the black rock, covering the sky and covering the earth. Then, the black rock also underwent a strange change. It produced a soul and roared one after another. After these black rocks had their souls transferred, seeing Muyu rushing over, pairs of strange blood-red eyes appeared on the black rocks. Then these black rocks stretched out red stone hands, grabbing towards Muyu. What the hell? Why do I feel like I've seen this scene before? Muyu's escape route was directly interrupted. The strange eyes that appeared on these black rocks made him feel vaguely familiar. Then he was suddenly startled. That's right. Xie Bulao. When Shimen Wuji brought him to hell to see Xie Bulao and returned the 6 evils to Xie Bulao, the 6 evils returned to Xie Bulao. At that time, the 6 evils returned to Xie Bulao's hand, and it immediately emitted strange red light. This kind of strange eyes appeared on everything in the room, as if they were alive. Could it be that the 6 evils in Xie Bulao's hand had some relation with soul transfer? Muyu was unable to figure out this matter, but he also didn't have time to think about it now. At this time, Xie Bulao's whereabouts were unknown, and he also didn't know the current situation. Thinking too much about it was useless. The most important thing now was to deal with the seal of soul transfer. Soul transfer is too powerful. It is on the same level as Open Ruins Cauldron. If you want to deal with it now, you have to deal with Akatsuki, who is controlling soul transfer. Gomang's voice resounded in Muyu's mind. Of course I know that I have to deal with Akatsuki, but the main point is that I can't get close to him. Muyu said in deep voice. You can only use the strange spiritual power in your body. Gomang suggested. How is that possible? That kind of spiritual power can devour the weak water, but I can't control it completely. Once it loses balance, it will lead to very serious consequences. Muyu said cautiously. After the death chi and life chi were separated, they needed to pay attention to the problem of their balance. Once the death chi and life chi gained the upper hand, it would become uncontrollable and expand without limit. At that time, even if the gate of hell was destroyed, the 3rd layer of heaven would be in danger. If you don't do this, then only death will await you. If you use life chi and death chi, you will at least have a chance of survival. If you can use it properly, you can guide life chi and death chi into the spatial barrier. Gomang snorted. Spatial barrier? Muyu looked at the outside covered by the array in surprise. It was full of spatial turbulence, which could not be casually touched. It was enough to squeeze people into powder. Even with the strength of the crossing calamity stage, Muyu dared not say that he could survive in the spatial turbulence. Yes, the spatial turbulence will not be eroded by life chi and death chi. You can use Mu Ling will not be affected by life chi and death chi. Although Mu Ling can't absorb these 2 things, it can wrap them. When the time comes, let the life chi and death chi melt a hole in this powerful array and throw it out. With your array technique, I think you should be able to repair this array. Gomang said. Muyu once again dodged a strange red light. He found that he could only use Gomang's suggestion. Although he could not control the berserk life chi and death chi, if he wanted to use the array here to guide them, it should be possible. Then let's go all out. Muyu clenched his teeth. His left hand was already suffused with white light, and his right hand was flickering with black light. His whole body was shrouded in black and white light, which became incomparably strange. Fighting like a cornered beast, let's see what else you can do. Akatsuki saw the white light and black light on Muyu's body, but he was disdainful. In his opinion, he had the soul returning to the heart as a reliance, so he was not afraid of anything. However, Akatsuki suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. This feeling came so suddenly that even he did not understand what happened. He calmed down and thought that it was just an illusion. With a loud shout, he once again attacked Muyu with the soul returning to the heart. This time, Muyu did not dodge. He just coldly looked at the red light released by Akatsuki. Brat, you'll be captured without putting up a fight. Akatsuki laughed sinisterly. He could already imagine Muyu's soul being transferred to the soul returning to the heart, and then being controlled by him. Soul returning to the heart, this kind of thing can't do anything to me. Mu Yu stretched out his right hand, and a black spiritual power floated out from his right hand. But this time, it only floated out a little, like a small wisp of black smoke, pervading the air. Ha ha ha. I was wondering what kind of method you would use, so it's just a bluff. Akatsuki laughed contemptuously, and his eyes looked at Mu Yu with ridicule. But soon, he was stunned. This was because when the seemingly weak wisp of black smoke drifted out, it was struck by the demonic red light of soul destination. However, the black smoke only spun slightly, and it did not seem to be controlled by soul destination as one would expect. On the contrary, when the demonic red light shot into the black smoke, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and was completely swallowed up. How is this possible? Akatsuki was stunned for a moment. He knew better than anyone what the soul returning to the heart meant. This kind of thing was very powerful, and with Mu Yu's cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist it. So where did the problem come from? I don't believe it. Akatsuki threw out another demonic red light, and it enveloped Mu Yu. Just now, Mu Yu had been running away, but now, he had just summoned a wisp of black smoke to deal with the soul returning to the heart attack. This was unacceptable. Mu Yu looked at the incoming demonic red light and snorted coldly. He stretched out his left hand, and this time, a wisp of life force floated out. Akatsuki stared at the seemingly weak white smoke, and he felt that something was wrong. Just as he was thinking about whether to withdraw the demonic red light, the moment the demonic red light touched the white smoke, it suddenly exploded, and its power increased by more than 100 times. Ha ha ha. Lowly ant, is this all you've got? Did you create this thing to be a joke? You actually added flowers to my brocade. You are really stupid to the extreme. Akatsuki laughed arrogantly. He even felt that Mu Yu had panicked and used the array to make a fool of himself. After the demonic red light touched the white spiritual power that rushed out from Mu Yu's left hand, it was as if its potential was infinitely stimulated. Its power continued to explode, and its aura continued to rise. It even surpassed the strongest power that Akatsuki could unleash with the soul returning to the heart. Brat, if you obediently kneel down and beg for mercy, I can consider destroying your body and soul. Otherwise, your soul will be trapped in the 18 layers of hell forever. I want to torture you and make you scream in pain to increase the power of the soul returning to the heart. Akatsuki proudly looked at the suddenly powerful demonic red light. If this red light exploded, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. No matter what method Mu Yu used, in his opinion, this demonic red light was enough to kill Mu Yu. He was already imagining Mu Yu's terrified expression, and even wanted to make Mu Yu kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Mu Yu only looked at this ugly and disgusting thing in disgust. He didn't understand why this guy was so arrogant. Even in a fight, he used all kinds of threats and words. Ugly, will you die if you speak less stupid words? Chapter 10:21. You dirty ant, how dare you say that about me? Go to hell. Akatsuki waved its hand and wanted to let the red light, which had skyrocketed, completely transfer Mu Yu's soul. However, the complacent look on its face suddenly froze and became incredulous. The red light that touched the white gas became very powerful and its potential was completely stimulated. However, it was completely out of Akatsuki's control and continued to reach a peak, as if it was about to explode. This made Akatsuki shocked and angry. Hua! After the demonic red aura reached its peak, it began to fade away from its peak and gradually turned into a white aura of life. It was assimilated by the aura of life. How can this be? What the hell is this? Akatsuki was shocked and angry. It's something that will destroy you dirty bugs. Mu Yu waved his hand coldly. Before the gas had completely gone out of control, he immediately led the gas towards Akatsuki. After all, the gas were differentiated from his spiritual power. Even after leaving the body, he could still control them for a while. As long as they did not devour too much, they could be commanded by Mu Yu. At this time, the seemingly harmless gas swayed in the air, forming a vortex, wrapping around Akatsuki. Akatsuki was furious. It immediately controlled the weak water monster to block the gas. The black heavy chain was extremely powerful. In its view, this powerful chain was enough to disperse the strange black and white smoke. But Akatsuki miscalculated again. It was shocked to find that the invincible black chain, which was originally controlled by the weak water monster, did not show any signs of collapse on the other side's black and white smoke. On the contrary, when the chain hit the black smoke, it was directly swallowed by the black smoke. All the power disappeared without a trace. When the chain hit the white smoke, the aura of the chain itself skyrocketed again. Before Akatsuki had time to be happy, the skyrocketing chain instantly cracked and turned into part of the white smoke. Impossible. How can a lowly ant like you block the soul returning to the heart? Akatsuki roared. It did not know what the gas meant. There were not many people in the world who could recognize them. But Mu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to it. He did not like to talk nonsense with the opponent when he was fighting. Mu Ling's sword had formed a huge hand, firmly holding the gas. Currently, the wood spirit couldn't absorb life energy and death energy, but the wood spirit couldn't be devoured by these two things either. Therefore, when the wood spirit conjured a giant wooden cage to trap the life energy and death energy, the life energy and death energy could only try to go berserk, but they couldn't break free. After Mu Ling wrapped up the life and death chi, under Mu Yu's control, the Mu Ling had already turned into a towering tree. Countless branches crisscrossed, but each branch was hollow, wrapped in life and death chi. When the soul-returning red light attacked again, Mu Ling would directly let the tree branches emit life chi and death chi to devour the demonic red light. At this moment, the wood spirit was like an extremely powerful devouring weapon. From top to bottom of its branches, even a single leaf contained an extremely powerful devouring ability. Every leaf's veins flowed with life chi and death chi. After continuous devouring, the life chi and death chi grew more and more, and the branches the wood spirit created also grew more and more. Fortunately, Mu Ling was a terrifying and powerful treasure. When it transformed into a tree, it was almost endless. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand so much life chi and death chi. Akatsuki was already roaring angrily. It commanded the weak water monster to grab Mu Ling. But as soon as the weak water monster touched Mu Ling, it was directly devoured by the life chi and death chi overflowing from Mu Ling's branches. These weak water monsters had been absorbing yin chi all year round. They were extremely powerful and contained a terrible tearing power. But in front of the life chi and death chi, they were nothing. Mu Yu snorted coldly and once again controlled Mu Ling. This time, his Mu Ling gained the upper hand from its original disadvantage. In turn, it eroded the weak water monster. The weak water monster's incomparably powerful iron chain had been completely devoured. It could only create a giant hand of weak water to fight against Mu Ling. However, the amount of weak water on its body was devoured by the life chi and death chi overflowing from Mu Ling's branches. When the life chi and death chi became more abundant after devouring the weak water, Mu Ling timely created more branches to wrap up the life chi and death chi. In just a moment, the originally arrogant weak water monster had been completely devoured by the life chi and death chi. Not a single residue was left. At this time, Mu Ling became overwhelming and continued to devour the altar. The altar, which had become extremely strange after being immersed in the soul transference for so many years, had met its nemesis this time. When the wood spirit's branches wrapped around the altar could not resist at all, and was completely turned into the aura of life and death. The life chi and death chi are really fierce. Even Mu Yu had to admit that these things were really terrible. Who would have thought that the small underworld grass that he had obtained in the second heaven would produce such a terrible power? The most primitive balanced treasure in the whole world was really not a joke. This thing could destroy the world if one was not careful. Impossible. I don't believe it, you lowly ant. Akatsuki was angry. The last time it had just broken free from the seal and was still in the spirit severing stage, it was cured by Mu Yu. This time, its cultivation had recovered to the crossing calamity stage. It was enough to take revenge when it met Mu Yu. However, Yu defeated it in a one-on-one fight. Even if Akatsuki used the soul returning to the mind, it was still not a match for Yu. The originally arrogant Akatsuki waved the soul returning to the mind in anger. It wanted to use the soul returning to the mind to block Ling. However, the red light disappeared every time it landed on Ling. On the contrary, it increased the life chi and death chi in Ling's body. The more red light shot out, the more life chi and death chi were produced. You keep saying that I'm a lowly ant. Then what are you? Yu looked at this dirty ugly monster with contempt. At this time, Ling had already forced Akatsuki to the edge of the array. Akatsuki's escape route was completely sealed. How? The anger in Akatsuki's eyes had long disappeared. It was replaced by endless fear. It felt fear from the life chi and death chi. It could not die after being sealed for thousands of years. Even when it was destroyed by the sunlight of the third heaven, it still found a way to survive. However, it never thought that it would encounter a life-threatening situation at this time. It looked at the life chi and death chi and understood that these things could completely destroy its soul. No matter how tenacious its vitality was, it would not be able to survive. No, I don't want to die. I beg you. I don't want to die. The originally rampant Akatsuki actually began to beg for mercy. It was finally scared out of its wits by the life chi and death chi that was enough to destroy its body and soul. It began to kneel and beg for mercy. Let me go. I'll agree to anything you want. I'll do anything you want. Please let me go. Even if you want Ghost Cold's life, I can order him to commit suicide. Please don't kill me. Akatsuki completely lost its previous arrogance. Instead, it became a filthy slug that was trembling. In the face of death, it felt incomparable fear. At this time, Yu was just like Jian Ying and Chen Feng. He brought endless pressure to it. That life chi and death chi made it unable to resist. The leaves had already completely surrounded Akatsuki. Yu looked down at Akatsuki, who was paralyzed in the corner of the array. Ling had already transformed into the divine soul wood. Using the powerful life chi and death chi, he had completely controlled Akatsuki. Akatsuki's frightened eyes became lax. Yu said coldly, "Speak. Where the hell did you come from?" Yu felt that this guy definitely knew a lot of secrets about the gate of hell. It even knew a lot of secrets about the three-layered palace. I'm from the Yu clan of the fourth celestial layer. I was originally the commander of Akatsuki clan. 5,000 years ago, I was sent by the Heaven's Keeper to the third celestial layer to eliminate the people of the third celestial layer. However, Jian Ying and Chen Feng sealed us. What is the Heaven's Keeper? This wasn't the third time Yu heard about the Heaven's Keeper. Gomang and the Sea Fiend King didn't explain the Heaven's Keeper clearly. This time, Yu wanted to investigate it himself. The Heaven's Keeper is an incomparably powerful existence. We are only in charge of carrying out its orders. If we resist, we will also be killed. However, we never knew who it was or where it came from. I'm only the vanguard of the Yu clan's team that came to the third celestial layer. I don't know anything. Akatsuki said numbly. A guy in charge of carrying out orders to kill, yet he didn't know who his leader was. It was really strange. What's that sealed black shadow over there? Why did you break free from the seal, but it didn't? Yu pointed at the so-called gooey zoo that was imprisoned by so close, yet worlds apart on the other side of the formation. This guy seemed to be even more unlucky than Akatsuki. Akatsuki at least broke free from the seal of the Moryun mountain range, but it didn't. He's a commander sent by the Ghost Clan. He's in charge of eliminating the third celestial layer clans that disobeyed orders. The people in the third celestial layer, the gate of hell, were under his control, but they were also sealed by Jian Ying Chen Feng. I broke free from the seal because the seal in the Moryun mountain range was originally related to Jian Ying Chen Feng's immortal trapping prison. However, the immortal trapping prison suddenly disappeared, and the seal there was affected. I barely managed to break free, but the seal here is still intact. The Ghost Clan? Yu had always heard about the foreign races, but he never knew what they were. Up until now, he had only heard of the Yu clan. Now, there was a Ghost Clan. What was going on? There were only 3 races in the 3rd celestial layer. What had they disobeyed to be targeted by the Heaven's Keeper? Then how much do you know about the 3rd celestial layers, Bai Jie? Mu Yu asked without batting an eyelid. Bai Jie. Bai Jie isn't someone from the 3rd celestial layer. He belongs to the Soul Clan and was also sent by the Heaven's Keeper. What? Bai Jie is also a foreign race? This time, Gomang's surprised voice sounded in Mu Yu's mind. Chapter 1022. Bai Jie was also a member of the alien race. Mu Yu had never thought of this. He had always thought that Bai Jie had only gone bad after becoming the master of the 3rd palace. He had never thought that Bai Jie was also a member of the alien race. If Bai Jie was a member of the soul race, why would my master believe him? Mu Yu asked in a deep voice. Back then, Mu Yu's master had asked Bai Jie to help him when he could no longer maintain the immortal confinement prison. In Mu Yu's opinion, with his master's ability, it was impossible for him not to realize that Bai Jie was a member of the soul race. Because he had just arrived at the 3rd heaven. He was not called Bai Jie, but Han Wuxin. At that time, the master of the 3rd palace was actually a person called Bai Jie. Bai Jie wanted to protect the 3rd heaven. Not long after he and Jian Ying and Chen Feng maintained the immortal confinement prison, Han Wuxin found a way to sneak into the 3rd heaven. He stole Bai Jie's soul and found out everything. However, Jian Ying and Chen Feng were too late to stop him. Their cultivation was not enough to deal with Han Wuxin. The more Mu Yu thought about it, the more shocked he became. No wonder he felt that something was wrong. How could someone as wise as his master not trust Bai Jie? It turned out that Bai Jie was a good person. After helping to maintain the immortal confinement prison, he was controlled by Han Wuxin. Han Wuxin's sudden invasion was something that even Mu Yu's master did not expect. The reason why he did not move the people in the Moyun mountain range away was because of Han Wuxin. Then how did you know? Mu Yu asked. After Han Wuxin came to the 3rd heaven, he kept trying to release us. He found me and told me everything. All the entrances and exits of the 3rd heaven were well protected by Jian Ying and Chen Feng. It was like a safe fortress. For thousands of years, we from other worlds could not invade the 3rd heaven. However, there was one place that Jian Ying and Chen Feng could not protect. Akatsuki answered honestly. At this moment, Gomang said, I know. It's the reincarnation passage. The reincarnation passage? Mu Yu was surprised. According to Helian Kong and Xian Jizi, the location of the threefold palace was at the side of the reincarnation passageway. What exactly was the connection between them? Mu Yu wanted to ask more about the Samsara passage, but at this moment, Akatsuki's body suddenly began to struggle. She was resisting Mu Yu's soul array. At this time, the power of the divine soul array was getting weaker and weaker. Akatsuki was not an ordinary person, but a strange race. Its strength was also very strong. Seeing that she was about to break free from the divine soul array, there would be another fight. In order to prevent any future trouble, Mu Yu coldly snorted and wrapped Akatsuki with his life chi and death chi. Can you tell me more about the reincarnation passageway? Mu Yu asked. Back then, Gomang and the 5 spirit lords Yu Meng had been sent into the reincarnation passageway by Jian Ying and Chen Feng, attaching themselves to Mu Yu and the others. Thus, Gomang definitely knew something. Gomang was silent for a moment, then said, there is an extremely powerful existence in the reincarnation passageway that is specifically responsible for selecting souls. Selecting souls? What does that mean? Mu Yu asked in confusion. Gomang did not directly answer Mu Yu. Instead, he asked an extremely strange question. Do you know why we human and the Yarrow race chose to resist back then? The 10 Yarrow kings and the 5 spirit lords Yu Meng had been sealed. Mu Yu still did not understand the situation. What did their so-called resistance against the heavens enforcers mean? Mu Yu was also not very clear about it. Are you prepared to tell me this time? Mu Yu frowned. Because of the soul sacrifice. Gomang's tone was somewhat strange. It was as if he was angry about something, but also as if he was unwilling to accept it because of something. After the life of every world dies, they will enter the reincarnation passageway to undergo reincarnation. Only souls that die naturally have the right to reincarnate, and the souls that are killed will be directly devoured by a terrifying existence. Jian Ying and Chen Feng once told me that this is the rule of every world. People at their level call this a soul sacrifice. Souls that are killed? Is that an unnatural death? Mu Yu quickly analyzed this matter in his mind. He thought of the war between the three races in the third heaven and was shocked. The terrifying existence you speak of, are you referring to the heaven's enforcers? Gomang was silent for a moment, then he let out a sigh. Yes. Gomang replied. Mu Yu thoughtfully nodded his head. If they want souls to die unnaturally, then killing each other is the most convenient method. Therefore, the war between races cannot be stopped by the heaven's enforcers. That's right. Whether it is the human, the Yarrow race, the human race, or the various Yarrow beasts, they all have to kill each other. The souls that die unnaturally will be devoured by the heaven's enforcers. All of this was personally told to us by Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Only then did we understand that we were just livestock raised in captivity. It's very funny when you think about it. We desperately used the lives of our clansmen to fight for land, but in the end, we discovered that the conflict between the three races was deliberately arranged by the heaven's enforcers. Only by fighting between the races can the heaven's enforcers obtain the sacrificed souls. Therefore, the heaven's enforcers did not allow the war between the races in the third heaven to stop. Gomang's words made Mu Yu feel uncomfortable. So the mastermind behind all of this was not the third heaven palace, nor was it the White Realm. It was the so-called heaven's enforcers. Gomang continued, after we found out about all of this, we prepared to stop the war. We were not willing to become pawns in the hands of others, so we planned to resist. However, the heaven's enforcers did not allow us to resist. They would destroy any race that tried to resist. The second heaven was a good example. Right now, the second heaven has become a barren land. Yarrow beasts roam freely, killing each other savagely. After the Yarrow beasts die, they will turn into Yarrow souls and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, the heaven's enforcers would rather the lives of a world be stupid and inferior than have us stand up and resist, stopping the war between the races. Mu Yu clenched his fists. What kind of existence was the heaven's enforcers? He could not imagine, but he believed that this cancer that hindered the development of the world's civilization should be removed. Jian Ying and Chen Feng were the only ones who could resist the heaven's enforcers. He protected the third heaven and stopped the war in the third heaven. He blocked the heaven's enforcers and changed the rules of the reincarnation passage. Even if we kill each other, our souls will safely enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, he paid a great price. He sacrificed his own cultivation. When his cultivation was depleted, I think that was when Hun Wuxin took the opportunity to invade the third heaven. He was prepared to return the rules of this world to their original state. Behind all wars, huge benefits were the driving force. Mu Yu understood this sentence. However, the benefits were unimaginably great. All souls should have the right to reincarnate. They should not become a tool in the hands of others. We should leave this place. Gomang did not say anything else. Mu Yu came back to his senses. At this moment, the soul transference floated in front of him. Without Akatsuki's control, the soul transference's aura began to recede. However, it still emitted a demonic red light that could turn anything evil at any time. He recalled the sealing array technique that Deadwood's father had used. When Deadwood's father had used the array technique, he had not been corrupted by the soul returning to the heart. However, he had still been injured by the soul returning to the heart. Therefore, Mu Yu would not try it so easily. He knew how to deal with the soul transference. The soul transference could not turn Mu Ling evil, so he would use Mu Ling to restrain the soul transference. However, a new problem arose. This was because Mu Ling's body was wrapped in a large amount of life and death qi that was about to go berserk. How to deal with this life and death qi became a serious problem. Life qi and death qi continued to devour the evil things in the area, and then they were wrapped up by the wood spirit's branches. The wood spirit could not absorb the life qi and death qi, so it could only let them flow through the hollow branches. Once the wood spirit withdrew, the life chi and death chi would immediately lose control. Let me try and see if I can combine the life and death chi again. Mu Yu took a deep breath. Originally, he planned to guide the life and death chi directly into the spatial barrier. However, when he thought about how he would have to spend time repairing the formation and how Ghost Cold might be back soon, it would be even more troublesome. I hope Ghost Cold won't be back so soon. Mu Yu could only hope that the tribulation stage experts from Stargate would be more helpful and delay Ghost Cold for a while. It would take time to combine the life and death chi into his spiritual power. This process could not be disturbed, or else the fusion would fail. He had the wood spirit conjure another tree branch and forcefully wrapped it around the soul guide to heart, blocking off the presence of the soul guide to heart. Then, it was time to deal with the problem of life and death. He took a deep breath and began to forcefully fuse the life and death chi in Mu Ling bit by bit. The fusion process was very slow because the amount of life and death chi had to be strictly controlled. If there was any more life and death chi, the fusion would fail. Just as Mu Yu expected, the life and death chi could be fused, but the process was too slow. They were not as smooth as when Mu Yu had separated the black and white spiritual powers. This was because Mu Yu had relied on the life and death chi in the twin corpse sea. The life and death chi had been stable during the process of devouring, but now, the life and death chi had already gone out of control. This won't do. If this continues, I'm afraid it will take me an entire year to completely fuse them. Mu Yu gave it a try and calculated the amount of life and death chi and the speed of fusion. He found that this method would not work at all. There was too much life and death chi, and it was very violent. It was completely different from the life and death chi that Mu Yu had in the twin corpse sea. He also calculated the powerful array laid down by his master and found that the array was quite strong. Even if he relied on the life and death chi to devour it, it would take at least a month to devour a whole. Mu Yu did not have that much time to wait. If Ghost Cold or any of the Darching stage masters of the third layer palace came, it would be very troublesome. Especially if Bai Jie came personally, the consequences would be unimaginable. How to deal with the life and death chi had become a major problem. Mu Yu had to use the life and death chi in order to deal with Akatsuki's soul transference, but now it was not realistic to want to fuse them in a short time. Mu Yu frowned. He was thinking of the most convenient way. I have another idea. Chapter 1023. What's the idea? Mu Yu asked immediately. The most troublesome thing was that he could not get rid of the aura of life and death. As long as he could get rid of these things that could destroy the world quickly and leave this place quickly, he would try any idea. The souls of the 18 levels of hell, Gomang said. Souls? What do you want to do? Mu Yu naturally did not think that Gomang wanted to use souls to fight against the aura of life and death. Souls could not resist the aura of life and death at all. After you accepted the Mu Ling became very complicated. The plants it transformed into have the power of the original body, so you only need to use leaves to wrap the aura of life and death. Then, these leaves will be carried by souls into the reincarnation passage, Gomang said calmly. His tone was very calm, but it contained killing intent. Mu Yu was surprised. This idea will work. In my opinion, it will. If souls have resentment after death, they will often drift in the world and enter reincarnation after a period of time. However, most souls will choose to enter reincarnation directly. The so-called reincarnation place can only be reached by souls because after becoming souls, there will be a force guiding them forward. Gomang understood all of this very well. He continued, the souls in the 18 levels of hell were captured and killed. They can't wait to enter the cycle of reincarnation and escape all of this pain. As long as you give them the aura of life and death to carry into the cycle of reincarnation and tell them to throw away this leaf after entering the cycle of reincarnation, it's none of our business what to do with it. Gomang planned to send the aura of life and death to reincarnation. Mu Yu pondered for a moment. I wonder if the Heavens Enforcers still sacrifice souls? If they do, then these souls will become sacrifices to the Heavenly Keeper. Most of the souls of the 18 levels of hell died unnaturally. Souls that died unnaturally had to be sacrificed. Basically, they could not live. No matter what, these souls will still be dead after you save them. They will only drift around when they return to the cultivation world. You can't save them. They were not like Hellion Kong, who had mutated after being refined by the soul race. Their final destination is still reincarnation. If the Heaven's Keeper has already broken through the limits of the Sword Shadow and Dust Wind, and continues to sacrifice the souls of the third heavenly layer, then it's time for him to have a taste of life and death. Gomang didn't feel guilty at all when he did this. Muyu pondered for a long time. He understood that he really couldn't save so many souls. There were millions of souls here, and they were tortured every day into the power of pain to repair the ghostly shadow. Now that they could leave the 18 levels of hell and enter the cycle of reincarnation, they were more than willing to do so. Since they were going to enter the cycle of reincarnation, it would be convenient for them to bring the aura of life and death into the cycle of reincarnation. If possible, he hoped that the aura of life and death would bring some trouble to the Heaven Keeper. Muyu did not expect the aura of life and death to be able to kill the Heavenly Keeper. In fact, it was impossible. The Heavenly Keeper was connected to so many worlds, and their methods were heaven-defying. It was impossible for the aura of life and death to destroy them. Okay, then let's give it a try. Muyu felt that this was a very good idea. As for whether the aura of life and death would devour the reincarnation passage, he didn't care. At this time, there was still the old devil who couldn't speak on the seal. The array set up by Muyu's master was really powerful. Without the soul returning consciousness, it was impossible for the old devil to break free. With this thought in mind, Muyu put away the soul returning consciousness with the Mu Ling and merged back into the trees. He followed the original path back to the surface. At this time, he brought back a series of huge branches of the Mu Ling. Soon, the entire cast cave was almost filled. These branches were wrapped in the aura of life and death, so he couldn't be careless. As for the remaining few Japanese that were still alive, they were basically wiped out as well. Muyu brought the soul returning consciousness back to the 18 levels of hell. When all the souls saw Muyu, they were immediately terrified. They directly knelt down in front of Muyu. What's going on? Why are they being so respectful to me? Muyu looked at those trembling souls in confusion and quickly said, "You don't have to be so polite. Get up." "Yes, Master," all the souls actually said in unison. "Master?" Muyu didn't understand. Since when did he become the master of the 18 levels of hell? Muyu didn't think too much. He just thought that these souls were grateful to him. He continued, "You don't have to be too restrained. I just saved you. Now, you can safely leave this damned place and enter the reincarnation. But before you leave the reincarnation, I hope that you can help me carry something." "As you command, Master." All the souls behaved respectfully, which made Muyu very uncomfortable. What did this group of souls mean by calling him Master? Muyu waved his hand and carefully let Mu Ling grow countless leaves. Each leaf was wrapped in either life or death aura. They rampaged and wanted to devour Mu Ling and break through Mu Ling's restrictions. However, Mu Ling's leaves had been made indestructible by Muyu. It was still very difficult for the life and death aura to break free. "Each of you will carry this leaf and enter the reincarnation. The reincarnation is a vast white area. There will be a force guiding you forward. I think you all should have this feeling, right?" Muyu had just obtained the description of the reincarnation land from Gomang. After all, Gomang had attached to Muyu through the reincarnation land. Yes, all the souls replied. They had already accepted the guidance of that force. They were just trapped in this place and couldn't do anything about it. Very good. This way, as long as you reach the reincarnation land, throw this leaf away and you can be reincarnated as a human. Muyu had already distributed countless leaves to each soul. Although the life and death aura was huge, Muyu discovered that there were still some souls that didn't get a leaf. The number of souls trapped in this place added up to more than the life and death aura. "Then I wish you all good luck. Mu Yu had already split open a hole from the top to the bottom of the 18 layers of hell. Suddenly, all the souls rushed out and carried the leaf to the top of the cave. Shua, shua, shua. All the souls disappeared into the top of the cave. Souls still have their advantages. At least we don't have to worry about obstacles. Mu Yu couldn't help but sigh. He had to return along the original route. However, this time, he relied on Mu Ling to easily cross the weak water. He then rushed out of the ghost pit from the original direction and finally returned to the surface. At this time, more than half of the gate of hell had been destroyed. However, at this time, there was an angry roar in front of him. There was an earth-shattering sound of fighting in the distance. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were constantly surging. The ghostly aura was dense and the spiritual aura was surging. Bang! A figure heavily smashed towards them, creating a large hole in the ground. Duke Meng, are you all right? Mu Yu quickly rushed over. The figure that smashed over was Duke Meng, who had been destroying the Twin Corpse Sea. Duke Meng frowned. He struggled to get up from the ground and said, "Ghost Cold is back. They have 4 tribulation-passing experts. I was almost killed by them." As he spoke, an angry voice rolled through the air. "Mu Yu, you dare to frame me. I will tear you to pieces." Shua. The spiritual aura in the air rippled. The ghostly aura had already surrounded Mu Yu and Duke Meng. The 4 tribulation-passing experts from the Gate of Hell formed a triangle. They angrily stared at Mu Yu and Duke Meng in the air. Of the 4 people from the Gate of Hell, besides Ghost Cold who was half a step into the Great Ascension stage, Fantasy Sound who was at the 4th heavenly layer, Ghost and Shadow who was at the 5th heavenly layer, there was also a man in black who was at the 3rd heavenly layer. Mu Yu didn't recognize him. Of the 4 tribulation-passing experts, Mu Yu only had Duke Meng to help him. He was afraid that if he wanted to forcefully face them, it would be very troublesome. "What do we do now? We can't beat these 4 people," Duke Meng said in a deep voice. Mu Yu took out the spiritual aura that was sealed by the devouring twins and handed it to Duke Meng. Then he said, "You should recover first." Duke Meng took the sealed spiritual aura. Without saying anything, he began to refine it. Just now, when he was surrounded and attacked by these 4 people from the ghost sect who had rushed back, he almost died. "You destroyed the twins?" Mu Yu asked. "Yes, the people from the Gate of Hell were completely defeated this time. Even if I die, I can die in peace." Duke Meng had a deep grudge against the Gate of Hell. He sneered to vent his anger. After being trapped in the Gate of Hell for decades, he hated the Gate of Hell to the core. It would be best if he could destroy the Gate of Hell. Ghost Cold and the others glared at Mu Yu. They were very angry that Mu Yu used the 100 Faces illusion formation to transform into the appearance of the Grand Ancestor of Stargate, Tian Xingzhou. Mu Yu's scheme made the people from Stargate think that Ghost Cold killed Tian Xingzhou. It aroused the anger of the Stargate's Gate Master, Tian Yuhen. At this time, Tian Yuhen was on his way to the Gate of Hell with a large number of people. "Mu Yu, you deserve to die." Ghost Cold wanted nothing more than to tear Mu Yu to pieces. "There are too many people who want me dead. You'll have to wait in line." Mu Yu replied coldly. At this time, he was still a little afraid. He was wondering why Tian Ran hadn't arrived yet. Logically speaking, Tian Ran should be near the Gate of Hell. "Everyone from the Gate of Hell, listen to my order. Set up the Ghost Fall absolute kill formation and kill the intruder." Ghost Cold's angry voice echoed throughout the Gate of Hell. He knew Mu Yu's abilities. He was worried that Mu Yu would escape with just the 4 of them. So, he wanted to use the most powerful formation in the Gate of Hell. This formation was something that Ghost Cold had painstakingly figured out over the years. A few decades ago, Deadwood Evergreen rushed into the Gate of Hell and stole the other half of the Soul Return. In order to prevent a similar situation from happening again, he specially created this formation. All the people from the Gate of Hell gathered their ghostly energy into the ground to engrave the formation. It completely sealed off the area, making it impossible for Mu Yu to escape. However, the Gate of Hell was dead. No one responded to him. Chapter 1024. Ghost Cold vaguely felt that something was wrong. His gaze fell on the ghost pit in the distance. Only now did he realize that it was filled with a strong smell of blood and a deathly aura. Normally, once he gave the order, there would be countless people from the gate of hell rushing out to receive it. However, there were no disciples from the gate of hell rushing out. There was only a dense ghost fog floating in the air. Ghost Cold carefully sensed it. Suddenly, his expression changed. "What did you do? What did I do? Why don't you go and see for yourself?" Muyu said calmly. He didn't feel guilty at all for killing so many people from the gate of hell. Fantasy Sound was the closest to the ghost pit. She immediately flew towards the ghost pit. When she looked down into the bottomless pit, her expression changed. She shouted in shock and anger, "Ghost Lord, he actually killed all of our disciples." The entire ghost pit had been destroyed by Muyu. The smell of blood wafted through the air. Corpses were strewn all over the ruins. There wasn't a single living Japanese person. It had really become a hell on earth. Ghost Cold was furious. He roared, "Muyu, you killed our people from the gate of hell and destroyed the twin corpse sea of the gate of hell. I will make you pay the price. Kill him." The 4 tribulation passing stage people from the gate of hell were filled with hatred. They rushed towards Muyu and Duke Meng with hatred in their eyes. They swore to tear them to pieces. "Be careful," Muyu said to Duke Meng in a deep voice. Duke Meng had just been seriously injured. He had also used up a lot of spiritual energy fighting with Akatsuki. If it wasn't for the fact that he had saved some spiritual energy from the twin corpse sea, he wouldn't have been able to fight with these 4 people from the gate of hell. "I will." Duke Meng snorted softly, and his body suddenly lit up with a grey light. At this moment, Ghost Cold and the Ghost and Shadow had already surrounded him. Meanwhile, Fantasy Sound and the other tribulation stage elder from the gate of hell were heading towards Duke Meng. The entire sky above the gate of hell was enveloped by an overwhelming amount of ghostly aura. For a moment, ghostly wails and howls filled the air. It was extremely eerie. Muyu carried the Mu Ling sword on his back. The Mu Ling contained soul returning to the heart. Ghost Cold hadn't noticed this yet, and he wouldn't explain it to him. The shadow swords flew out in response. Tens of thousands of sword lights rose from the ground and flew towards Ghost Cold. Whoosh! The sword lights shot out in all directions, instantly shattering the dense ghostly aura. Many of the wraiths summoned by Ghost Cold were annihilated by the sword lights. However, Ghost Cold instantly lit up a red ghost flag. The ghost flag trembled, and the power of a domain spread out. "This guy is really powerful," Muyu frowned. The cyan sword lights flashed, and a powerful sword aura rolled up in the air, making a sharp whistling sound. However, Ghost Cold only raised the ghost flag, and Muyu's sword aura was blocked by the ghost flag in Ghost Cold's hand. On the other side, the Ghost and Shadow held a scarlet scythe and slashed towards Muyu. Ghost and Shadow was secondary. After all, if Muyu really fought, he wouldn't lose to the Ghost and Shadow. Now, he was most afraid of Ghost Cold, who was half a step into the great vehicle stage. Even if the other party didn't really master the power of a domain, it was enough to pose a huge threat to Muyu. Muyu raised his head and looked at the sky. The entire the gate of hell was covered by a powerful ghost boundary. Normally, outsiders couldn't directly enter this boundary. Only the people who had the twins in the gate of hell could enter and exit freely. Although all the people in the gate of hell had lost their twins and couldn't enter and exit freely like Muyu, the ghost boundary still existed. Even Muyu couldn't directly destroy this ghost boundary. He could only use the power of the heavenly sword to fight with Ghost Cold after leaving this place. At this time, there was only one way to leave the gate of hell, and that was through the bridge of helplessness. Bang! Muyu's shadow clone sword swept out and slammed into Ghost Cold's red flag. A powerful force came from his hand, and he felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. However, the ghost boundary didn't move at all. This thing was too powerful. The Heavenly Dipper constellation formation flashed under his feet, and he disappeared. At the same time, Ghost and Shadow's death scythe slammed into the place where Muyu was standing, causing a violent wave. It slammed into the ground, and a huge crack appeared. 6 crossing calamity stage experts were fighting. Even if the ghost gate was cold and hard, it was unable to withstand the strength of the crossing calamity stage. The entire ground of the ghost gate was already riddled with holes. Broken soil flew everywhere, ghost chi scattered, and spiritual power tumbled. Bang! Duke Meng hadn't fully recovered yet, so he wasn't a match for the 2 people from the gate of hell. He was once again sent flying and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Mu Yu felt the severity of the situation. If this dragged on, they would lose without a doubt. He immediately rushed towards Duke Meng, grabbed Duke Meng, and rushed towards the Bridge of Helplessness. A terrifying crack had already appeared on Meng Gong's chest. His entire body was almost split into 2 halves. If it was an ordinary self-cultivator who received such an injury, they would have already died. It was only thanks to a zombie sect like the Life and Death sect that they were still alive. However, red ghost chi rolled out from Ghost Cold's hand, and thousands of scarlet chains shot out from the ghost boundary. They intertwined in the air, and soon, they blocked Mu Yu's path. At the same time, he swung the Bridge of Helplessness again, and the Bridge of Helplessness collapsed. Today, both of you will die. Ghost Cold had sealed off Mu Yu's escape route. Mu Yu knew that they were in trouble. He turned around and faced the 4 people from the Gate of Hell, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Duke Meng looked at Mu Yu strangely and said in a gloomy voice, "You shouldn't have saved me." If Mu Yu wanted to leave by himself, with his speed, Mu Yu could have escaped when Ghost Cold sealed off the Bridge of Helplessness. However, in order to save Duke Meng, Mu Yu delayed for a moment, and now neither of them could leave. Mu Yu said calmly, "I won't abandon those who help me. This is my principle." Duke Meng's lips wriggled, but he didn't say anything. "Both of you, go to hell." Ghost Cold's scarlet flag had already rolled out the power of the domain. Although this power was not comparable to a real great vehicle stage cultivator, it was more than enough to deal with people in the tribulation stage. The ghost boundary seemed to tear the void, and the entire area was dyed blood red. It was as if an ancient ghost beast had exploded into a monstrous blood fog. The blood fog had a strong pressure, and it made Mu Yu's heart sink slightly. Mu Yu looked at the ghost boundary. He knew that only by breaking the ghost boundary of the Gate of Hell and allowing his shadow swords to communicate with heaven and earth could he have the confidence to fight Ghost Cold's ghost boundary. However, the ghost boundary cut off his connection with the sky, and he couldn't use his full strength. However, at this moment, a yellow water column suddenly rolled out from the ground. This yellow spring water was like extremely corrosive chains, rushing toward Ghost Cold's ghost boundary. Buzz! When the 2 collided, the ghost flag let out a series of buzzing sounds, and the yellow springs also disappeared. At the same time, a golden lotus flower suddenly appeared in the air. The lotus flower bloomed with a sacred brilliance in the air, turning into thousands of lotus shadows. Every lotus shadow quickly jumped up, forming a sword intent that fell towards the remaining 3 people from the ghost gate. Bang! 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 The petals of the golden lotus brought about a roar, and the entire the Gate of Hell was already shaking. Countless pieces of soil fell into the huge ghost pit, and the ghost pit began to collapse. Tien Ran's figure had already landed beside Mu Yu. The person who appeared with Tien Ran was a person who looked like a yellow shadow. A giant python formed by the yellow spring was moving in the air, and the yellow shadow stood on top of the giant python. "Tien Ran, you're here." Mu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Tien Ran finally appeared at this time. "Ian, are you okay?" Tien Ran asked worriedly. Mu Yu shook his head. Too many things had happened today, but he could still hold on. "Come on, let's deal with these Japanese people together." Xiao Shuai had already jumped out of Tien Ran's body and landed on Mu Yu's shoulder, and said proudly, "Who is he?" Mu Yu looked at the yellow shadow that appeared with Tien Ran. He didn't understand why Tien Ran would be with such a strange person. "He is." Tien Ran hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm not very sure, but he said he was looking for you." "Looking for me?" Mu Yu frowned. He never remembered knowing such a person. Duan Baiqing, How dare you people from the Red Dust sect get involved in this mess? Fantasy Sound looked at Tien Ran. At this time, Tien Ran's face was set up with 100 faces illusion array, making her look like Elder Duan Baiqing of the Red Dust sect. Fantasy Sound obviously knew Elder Duan Baiqing. Tien Ran laughed and tried her best to imitate the elder of the Red Dust sect. Then, she shouted, "How dare you people from the Gate of Hell destroy Stargate? I was invited by sect leader Tien Yu Hen to kill you people from the Gate of Hell." Tien Ran's reason was also unreasonable. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. This strange reason was a little too far-fetched and couldn't stand up to promotion. But it didn't matter anyway. He was going to stir up the water between the 8 gates anyway. Any reason was just a reason. The most important thing was to spread the news of the internal strife between the Gate of Hell and Stargate to the cultivation world. Mu Yu didn't expect the people from the Gate of Hell to believe that he was Tian Xingzhou and Tien Ran was Duan Baiqing. Whether it was true or not, Tien Yu Hen would know when the people from the Sanchong Palace stood up. Mu Yu wanted to spread the news that the people from the Red Dust sect helped Stargate to destroy the Gate of Hell and create panic in the cultivation world. As for how the 8 gates wanted to clarify it, it was their business. At least, Mu Yu had achieved his goal tonight. Ghost Cold stared at Tien Ran, then his gaze finally fell on Huang Quan. "Huang Quan, you actually dared to betray the Gate of Hell." Ghost Cold gritted his teeth and looked at Huang Quan, who was standing on the head of the giant python. His voice was bone-chilling, like ice needles grinding against teeth. But Huang Quan just looked at Ghost Cold indifferently. In the end, he laughed in a very mocking voice. His laughter was very strange, as if it had its own echoes. The two voices overlapped. "You're wrong. I'm not an elder of the Gate of Hell. I'm Shadow Killer Huang Quan." Shadow Killer Huang Quan? Chapter 1025. The Gate of Hell's tribulation passing Elder Netherworld. His other identity was actually Shadowkill Netherworld. This was something that no one expected. Even the Gate Master of the Gate of Hell, Ghost Cold, didn't expect this. Silhouette being organization, Shadowkill Netherworld, you really hid it well. You even managed to hide it from me. What is your purpose for lurking in the Gate of Hell for so many years? Ghost Cold shouted angrily. A member of the Silhouette being organization sneaked into the Gate of Hell and even became an elder of the Gate of Hell, but he didn't know about it at all. This matter was really scary. The Gate of Hell had always been following the orders of the Sanchong, but the Silhouette being organization dared to go against the Gate of Hell. What was the background of this organization? Shadowkill Netherworld's unique voice sounded, "We, the Silhouette being organization, have always been doing things for money. If you can hire me, I can also kill for you." "Who asked you to do this?" Gui Yuhan calmed down when he saw Shadowkill Acheron's sudden appearance and did not attack again. Mu Yu also became vigilant. Shadowkill Netherworld gave him a very powerful feeling. He was not an ordinary tribulation passing stage expert. It was too sudden for such a person to suddenly appear here. At least, just the 2 words Shadowkill had a great deterrent force. Shadowkill Netherworld said, "No one hired me. I just came to find Mu Yu. As for the grudges between you two, I don't care." Shadowkill Netherworld had already turned to Mu Yu. The yellow shadow looked very strange. "Why are you looking for me?" Mu Yu said coldly. "I want to know the whereabouts of Shadowkill Winter's Solstice." Shadowkill Netherworld said lightly. "Your own people are missing. What does it have to do with me?" Mu Yu frowned. He vaguely thought of something in his heart, and felt that things were getting more and more wrong. When Shadowkill Winter's Solstice lost contact with our organization, he was carrying out a mission related to you without permission, Netherworld said coldly. "I have no obligation to watch over the assassins for you," Mu Yu said indifferently. Shadowkill Netherworld sneered, "I think you know better than me who Shadowkill Winter Solstice is. Now that you're in danger, tell me where Winter's Solstice is, and I'll help you deal with the people from the Gate of Hell." Who was Shadow Killer Winter Solstice? This question surprised many people present. Every Shadow Killer of the shadowy being organization was very mysterious. The most representative shadow killer was the 24 people who used the codename of the 24 solar terms. However, the cultivation world never knew the identity and background of every shadow killer. They were like death gods in the night, taking people's money and reaping their lives, causing people to tremble in fear. Now, Shadowkill Netherworld asked, who was Shadowkill Winter's Solstice? Mu Yu's mind raced. In fact, he already had some guesses about Winter's Solstice's identity. If Mu Yu's guess was right, Winter's Solstice was most likely Chengyang. On the way to the Pill Cauldron sect, he was attacked by Yuman, and a powerful murderous aura appeared there. It was impossible for the murderous aura to come from anyone other than Priest Yuman and the 5 of them. At that time, Winter's Solstice asked him to give 3 Heavenly Heart Revitalization Grass as a reward, so Mu Yu easily associated Winter's Solstice with Chengyang. However, Mu Yu didn't know how Chengyang was related to the shadowy being organization. But no matter how Winter's Solstice was related to Chengyang, Mu Yu couldn't use Chengyan's matter to make a deal with Netherworld. He didn't like Shadowkill Netherworld's inexplicable threats. You can leave now, I don't need to cooperate with you. Mu Yu looked at Shadowkill Netherworld indifferently. You have to think about it carefully. Without my help, you won't be able to leave the Gate of Hell alive today, Shadowkill Netherworld said coldly. Get lost, Mu Yu replied simply. The other people from the Gate of Hell were also taken aback. When Shadowkill Netherworld revealed his identity, even Ghost Cold felt a little afraid and didn't make a move. The shadowy assassins of the shadowy being organization were very powerful. If Shadowkill Netherworld chose to help Mu Yu, then both sides would have 4 crossing calamity stage experts. Now that the people from the Gate of Hell had lost the twins, their strength had been greatly reduced. It was hard to say who would win today. But they never expected that Mu Yu would reject Shadowkill Netherworld's offer. Shadowkill Netherworld was also a little surprised. He said coldly, "Boy, are you sure you want to do this?" "I don't like to cooperate with strangers," Mu Yu said simply, and rushed out of the Gate of Hell with Tianran and Duke Meng. Rather than saying that he didn't want to cooperate, it was better to say that he didn't want to put Chengyang in danger. Although he didn't know where Chengyang was now, principles were principles. Mu Yu, the Gate of Hell is protected by a powerful ghost array. The only way out is through the Naraka Bridge. It's useless no matter where you go. Ghost Cold didn't stop Mu Yu and the other 2. The powerful array of the Gate of Hell would block anyone except for those with 2 souls in their bodies. Now, even Ghost Cold couldn't force his way through. He believed that Mu Yu wouldn't be able to leave with the 3 of them directly. Mu Yu and the other 2 had already retreated to the edge of the ghost array. He really couldn't leave this place directly, even if he had the command teleportation jade pendant. This was because the teleportation jade pendant had a delay. It was very easy to interrupt the teleportation in an instant. And Mu Yu didn't have the time to set up a fixed teleportation array in the Gate of Hell in the beginning. How do we get out of here? Duke Meng asked in a deep voice. I have an idea. Mu Ling, who was floating behind Mu Yu, suddenly lit up with a demonic red light. A strange aura poured out, and then the soul transference inside crashed into the ghost array. Whoosh! The moment the soul transference encountered the ghost array, the originally incomparably powerful ghost array was directly infused with the demonic souls. The Gate of Hell began to spread from the point of contact, and like a spiderweb, it began to densely cover the entire ghost array. And after the souls were infused into the ghost array, 2 strange red dots appeared everywhere. They were like eyes, constantly sizing up everyone inside the ghost array. Ghost Cold's expression changed drastically when he saw the soul transference in the ghost array. He roared angrily, Mu Yu, how dare you steal our soul transference? When he thought of Akatsuki and Gui Zu in the ghost pit, he was extremely flustered. He never expected that after he was lured to the Stargate, Mu Yu had already killed his way to the Gate of Hell. Not only did Mu Yu kill everyone guarding the Gate of Hell, but he also stole the treasure of the Gate of Hell, soul transference. Ghost Cold had always thought that no matter how powerful Mu Yu was, it would be impossible for him to break through the 18 layers of hell, let alone steal the soul transference from Gui Zu and Akatsuki. However, What he didn't know was that Mu Yu had endless secrets. Just the 18 layers of hell and Gui Zhu alone couldn't stop him. "Return the soul transference to me," Ghost Cold roared angrily. He was already flying toward Mu Yu, but Mu Yu had already ordered Mu Ling to wrap up the soul transference again. He then retreated with the others, not wanting to fight Ghost Cold. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change in the ghost array. They had never seen such a strange thing as a powerful ghost array suddenly being infused with a soul. The densely packed demonic eyes in the air flickered as they stared at them. It was as if countless powerful evil spirits were staring at them. However, even though the ghost array was infused with a soul, it didn't attack them. The entire ghost array became extremely powerful and strange, but it seemed that was all there was to it. The soul transference only turned the ghost array into something with a soul. It didn't do anything strange. This was also a helpless move. Mu Yu didn't know how to control the soul transference. He wasn't Akatsuki. Akatsuki could control the soul transference to deal with him, but Mu Yu could only use the soul transference to infuse the ghost array with souls. He couldn't control the ghost array to attack these people. However, in Mu Yu's opinion, it was enough to infuse the ghost array with souls. Boom! Ghost Cold had already summoned the ghost flag. The dense ghost aura mixed with a monstrous aura smashed down on Mu Yu's group. However, Mu Yu once again led the others away. At this time, the ghost aura emitted by the ghost flag blasted onto the ghost array. When it met the red eyes on the ghost array, it was infused with souls. Not only that, the entire ghost array was connected to the ground of the gate of hell. The demonic red light also spread to the ground. The ground that was originally filled with gravel was also infused with souls. The demonic eyes began to open. The soul transference, infusing all living things with demonic souls. Ghost Cold roared in shock and anger. He had already retreated and cut off his connection with the ghost aura. He didn't dare to act rashly. If he continued to attack like this, the demonic aura from the soul transference would be directed to him sooner or later. When that happened, he would also be affected by the soul transference. The consequences would be unimaginable. "Don't attack," Ghost Cold roared at his 3 people from the gate of hell. In fact, his action was superfluous. At this time, no one except him made a move. Everyone was floating in the air, looking at the ghost array and the ground affected by the soul transference in bewilderment. No one dared to act rashly when they saw such a strange scene. "What the hell is this?" Tian Ran asked in surprise. "Soul transference, the most precious treasure of the gate of hell. It's a very powerful thing. Even a great ascension stage expert wouldn't dare to underestimate it," Mu Yu explained. When he returned to the past in the Heavenly Birth Reincarnation Seal, Deadwood Daddy, who was still a great ascension stage expert, was injured by the soul transference when he tried to snatch it. If it weren't for Mu Ling, who couldn't be infused with souls, he would be helpless against this thing. At this time, everything in the gate of hell had already been infused with souls. Because of Akatsuki's control underground, the soul transference could prevent it from spreading to the ground according to Akatsuki's wishes. But now that the soul transference had taken effect, no one was controlling it. These demonic red lights spread everywhere unscrupulously. Not only did they infuse souls into the ground inside the gate of hell, but even the earth, trees, and stones outside the gate of hell were infused with souls. Once they touched something, they would infuse souls into it, causing it to lose control of the other party. Whether it was ghost techniques or formations, anything with a tangible substance would be forcibly infused with souls. Everyone could only watch in horror from the air, not daring to make a move. "This thing is too strange. How do we get out of here now?" Tian Ran and Huang Quan came in through the bridge of helplessness just now, but the exit was blocked at this time. The soul transference was so strange that it really made people's hearts palpitate. Duke Meng also said, "Although the soul transference you created made them not dare to make a move again, are we going to be in a stalemate with them here?" Everyone was in a stalemate and couldn't make a move. If the stalemate continued, it would be harmful to Mu Yu and the others. However, Mu Yu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, you'll understand next." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.